Maybe I didn't have a food.
It's right here.
And then what was the mac?
Don't forget to remove the spoon.
Carbonara.
The carbonara mac of the week.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you've not quite have enough points yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
$10 for you.
Each had multiple stab wounds. Some had defensive wounds, showing they fought with the attacker. And there was no sexual assault. County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt is describing the murders as personal.
All right. Hello, everybody, and a very happy new year to you. Almost New Year here in New York, at least. So it is, 10:41 here in Eastern Time in the United States. So we will be bringing in the new year in about an hour and 20 minutes. I'll be bringing in the big ball dropping live from New York City Times Square when it's time. So who's ever been to Times Square on New Year's Eve? I've been there twice. I was there once during college and it was really crazy. And that time it was raining and, I was there during college. So enough said. So we'd been drinking for like a little while and maybe at that point, just like I've had it. So I actually was in a TGI Fridays right off of Times Square when the ball dropped. And then I went there another time and I actually was, could like see the ball drop. I wasn't in a TGI Fridays. So yeah. So hey, Aunt Diane 157, how are you doing? Hey, Jody is cool. Oh, thank you. Hey, Heavenly Clouds, how are you? Yeah, right. Well, Heavenly Clouds asked a good question here. Says, how could it be personal from a crazy man they didn't know? I think commenting on that little soundbite I just played where the coroner said it's personal. That corner was a trip, man. Hey, Mia M, how are you? Oh, awesome, Mia M. I would love for you to come on panel. That would be amazing. That'd be wonderful, Mia M. There we go. I was clicking the wrong side of the mouse there. Let's see who else is here. Hey, Jerry N, how are you? Welcome to the What's the Obsession live discussion and chat. And friend Anaphylaxis, I saw you earlier. I was in Truth and Transparency's live stream. I was actually going to send Lana an email to invite her. I never got around to doing that. But hey, Lana from Truth and Transparency, if you're here, we'd love you to ring in the new year with us. So come on over, girl. Hey, Edward Schwank, how are you doing? And let's see who else is here. Bonnie Melton, hey, nice to see you again. She says, Happy New Year from Tennessee. Awesome. Let's see. Gregory Worth is also from Tennessee, one of the moderators and great friends of this channel. He was on the live stream last time. He's from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and my best friend from college and her husband live in Tennessee now. They actually have a dental practice and they lived in Clarksville for a while. Hey, Belle BJ, I'm so glad that you're here. Nice to see you. Hey, Stale Ribbon, welcome to the What's the Obsession live stream and chat. I'm glad that you're here. Let's see. Hey, Sharon Norris, great to see you. Welcome. So happy that you're here. And let's see. K-Braze, awesome. So happy you're here. Also, DC Primetime. Hey, girl, what's up? Let's see. Who else? let's see. Let me just go up, grab a couple other people. Say hi, Leardy. Hey, how are you? Great to see you as always. And April, hey, what's up, girl? So happy to see you. Also, Curious Rose, I don't know if you're here still, but I'm happy to see you as always. Happy New Year, Chick Tracy. Happy New Year to you as well. American Princess, all the same to you. Christine, I feel like I'm going to say that wrong. Christine, you know who you are. Happy New Year, allegedly, and all the rest. So let's see. Lisa and Noodle. Lisa H. Noodle. I love that name. That's great. Welcome. How are you doing? And let's see who else. A couple other people just came in. Welcome to anyone that just came in. Did I say hi to you, Edward? I think I did. Hey, Stacy T. How are you doing? Let's see. Stacy T said, Kaylee's dad said they know of a connection, but won't discuss it yet. Oh, wow. I hadn't heard that. That's very interesting. Hey, MG Smith, how are you doing? Also from Tennessee. Gosh, we have a lot of friends from Tennessee here. Hey, Princess Megan, also wonderful to see you. I'm so glad that you could join us. Hey, Double R, my friend, how are you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you. No, not a hot air balloon, please. Not you in a hot air balloon again. Allegedly. Hello, my friend. So nice to see you. And let's see who else. Oh, Tom N. Awesome. Great to see you, Tom N. Let's see. What does Tom N have to say? Thank you so much for the super chat, Tom N. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. Something strange about excessive amounts of noise complaints. I want to talk about that. It went 1122 King Road. They started in August when BCK moved to the area. Okay, when the suspect who's been arrested moved to the area. Maybe he was trying to bring down the shock value of law enforcement at the home. That is really very interesting. Thank you, Tom. Thank you for saying that. There were a lot of noise complaints. And, I know that, Lana from Truth and Transparency got the body cam footage for several of those noise complaints. I know that Plunder got some of those as well. I made a FOIA request, and I don't know why I didn't get the links. It was a long time ago. I can't imagine that they made them much sooner. But anyway, it doesn't matter. As long as they're there, it doesn't really matter. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. I'm going to play this video. It's a video I just put out there. I didn't create it. I just grabbed it from some other news channels, really. So some really interesting things that people who knew this guy or ran into him or whatever the case may be had to say about him. So one of the people was a dude who went running with him. Oh my God. And the other one was just somebody that he knew from school. So let me go ahead and bring this into the stream here. And then I got to go flip some burgers really quick. My son has some friends over, so I'm making burgers for him. All right. I've got my friends. He has his friends. Everyone's happy. So glad you guys are here. All right. Let me turn this up. What's it called? All right. Bring this into the stream. And here we go. Thank you again for the super chat, Tom. I really appreciate it. All right. Present. All right, listen up, friends, and flip them burgers. All right. All right.
Since the arrest of Bryan Kohberger on December 30th, 2022, people want to know, what do those who know him think about this? So take a listen to this from a former friend of Bryan Kohberger who used to go running with him and a former classmate. Here's what they have to say.
Our coverage continues now of the arrest and the murders of 4 Idaho college students. Correspondent Evan Lambert has been looking into the background of the suspect, this man, 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberger. Evan joins us live from Washington, D.C. with these new details. So, Evan, what all have you been able to uncover?
Well, Nicole, we're starting to get a better picture of Bryan Kohberger through online and other records, but also from someone who says that he knew Kohberger, our affiliate in Pennsylvania, speaking with a man who says that some years ago he ran with Kohberger on a regular basis. Listen to his reaction to the news that Kohberger was arrested and charged for these murders in Moscow, Idaho.
I used to go on night runs with him because, I didn't want to go running at night by myself. So I would text him, hey, you want to go for a run? We go for 6-7 mile runs at night. So, when I saw who it was, I was just in like complete shock. I'm still kind of like shaking knowing about that. Like, it's just unreal to think somebody could actually do that to somebody. Like, it's absolutely like mind-boggling. Like, my adrenaline's still kind of running after finding that information out. So just I feel for the families, and I'm just happy justice can be served now. So.
And we have also learned that Kohberger studied criminal justice at an advanced level, having gotten a master's from DeSales University in Pennsylvania in 2022. According to the school there, he appears to once have posted on Reddit asking for volunteers for a research project where he was studying the criminal mind. And he wanted to know specific things about the emotional and psychological considerations for people who had been convicted of crimes, asking questions in a survey like, why did you choose that victim? What was the first move that you made? How did you leave the scene? So very eerie, knowing he is now accused of going through all those thoughts, having committed 4 murders, according to police. Now, he is currently a PhD candidate in criminal justice at Washington State University in Pullman, which is very close to Moscow, Idaho. A friend telling News Nation that he went to Pleasant Valley High School in the area near the Poconos. This is near that scene where he was arrested this morning. A news article from the local paper and school district documents tell us that he later worked there as a security guard. So a strange background for someone to now be accused of such gruesome crimes. Now, we also were able to confirm through county records out in Idaho that someone of the same name, same age, so it appears to be this suspect Kohberger, had been stopped on a seatbelt violation in August. So if these charges against him are true, that means that he would have at least been in the Moscow, Idaho area at least twice. Nicole?
And Evan, you confirmed that he did receive a master's from DeSales University there in Pennsylvania. That's also where he received his bachelor's degree as well, 2 years prior.
Yeah, so a bachelor's degree in 2020, graduating in 2020 in psychology. Then he went on to study criminal justice, criminology for a master's, according to the program for the commencement in May 2022. The school telling us in a statement that he graduated in June 2022, but we were able to find that document as well. And then we know he was continuing his studies in Washington State, really just across the Idaho state line as a PhD candidate in that same subject, criminology and criminal justice.
Yeah, criminology, criminal justice, and a bachelor's degree in psychology. All very interesting tidbits there. All right, Evan Lambert live for us in D.C. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Sure if something was right, like when the whole thing with my parents happened, so my parents called it Nutgate. What's that? The peanut. Oh yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold it. That's not, where did that come from? Hold it. I got to take that down off of YouTube. Hold it. I don't want people like watching that and being like, what the heck is, that was like the end of that? Wait, hold it. Just 1 second, guys. I have to figure out what I'm doing here. Oh, that's weird. I put it on a Watts one? How the heck did that happen? All right, just 1 second. Go, Kelly. Go, Kelly. It was your birthday yesterday. All right, just 1 second, guys. Hold on. I just want to take this down because, that's weird, right? All right, hold on. Edit video and make that private. Oh, Watts is always with us. Ain't that the truth, friends? We know it. Watts is always with us. Always, always, always. All right. Good Lord. Only if you're me. Okay. There we go. So I can find the video in my history. The other video that I want to play that was supposed to be the second half of that video. Yeah, Nutgate. Oh, God. I'm thinking about Nutgate right now. Check the email. Okay, I will check out my email in just a moment here. Let's see. And Jody is cool says, no, not Chris Watts. No, I know, right? Oh my God. Let's see. Okay, here, let me pop in another one I thought was really interesting. So this is our good friend, DC Primetime. This is for you, my girl. Nancy Grace. Let's see here. Let me just get to my videos. And here we go. See what Nancy had to say. And then I know Suspicious, if you're with us, I hope you're still with us, because I want to talk about your incel theory that and some of the other things that have been heard about this dude. I was watching the news all day, well, not all day, on and off last night and today to find out whatever we can about this guy. And I don't know if you've heard these little sound bites or these conclusions that people come to, these things that have been repeated about him, but it really plays into your incel theory, Suspicious. I think of you every time I hear it. And I think I've always thought your incel theory was very possible. All right, let me bring this into the stream. Let's see what Nancy has to say. Hey, Nancy. We love you. I do, at least. All right, here we go.
And she joins us now with a preview. Nancy Grace, thank you for being here. I want to start with the idea that one of the reports that we got is that when they went in to capture him, that he said, "Am I the only one that was arrested?" What do you make of that? And give us your analysis of this whole case and where we are today.
Well, that would suggest that there is an accomplice. I want to point out two things. This guy has got a master's degree in criminology. He's currently working on a PhD in criminal justice. Yet he drove the getaway car all the way and parked it outside of mommy's house? Are you kidding me? Another thing we know about this guy, he has been described as obsessively vegan, to the point that he made his parents get rid of their pots and pans. Oh no, the bake process in the dishwasher wasn't enough. They had to buy new pans that had never touched meat. What does that tell me? He is obsessive. He is fastidious. He's about 6 feet tall. He's socially awkward. He planned this whole thing out. Did you notice the charges? He didn't go into steal. He didn't go into rape anybody. He went with the kill. How long had he been watching these girls? And as we speak, Jason, they are tearing his Pullman apartment apart for any notes or writings, anything that can match him up to this murder, and I predict they will find it.
So the suspect here, I mean, the initial profile that came out, this is pretty close to the person that is the suspect at this point.
Yes, it is. From the get-go, we said a male between 25 and 38 to 40, a white male, because people normally kill within their own race, which he is, as a matter of fact, of a girlfriend and fiance. Even a high school girlfriend hasn't been dug up yet. So is this guy an incel? What was his motivation? And let me remind everybody, the state doesn't even have to prove motivation. But I can tell you, take a look at this guy. Would it surprise you to see him, that face staring in your bathroom window? Because it would not surprise me. And this is a death penalty state. 4 bodies equals the death penalty.
Well, I hope that the parents have some degree of closure and something in their heart, and their family members, that they get some degree of closure. Sir.
There's no such thing as closure. This guy will probably end up with a life sentence unless a jury comes to their senses and gives him the death penalty. These families, and I know as being a victim of violent crime, you get a life sentence for the rest of your life, wondering what your loved one went through at the time of their death. It will never be over for them. There is no closure for these families.
No, it's a good point. But do you believe that there is or is not somebody else out there? The police chief was asked a direct question. He didn't exactly give a totally 100% conclusive answer to that.
You're so right, Jason. He totally dodged it. Forensically, it appears that there was only one type of weapon used. So what am I supposed to think? They handed the knife off to each other? No. But could someone have been a lookout? Did someone help plan it? Possibly. possibly, but in my mind, highly doubtful.
No murder weapon at this point. What's your take on that?
I think he got rid of the weapon. I think he studied long enough, getting his master's and soon his PhD in criminology, to know to get rid of the murder weapon. Hello, but still, I am confounded by the fact that he kept the car. Maybe he couldn't explain that away to mommy and daddy. And that car, as you heard a few minutes ago, is going to be a treasure trove. Look, it's practically impossible to clean blood out of a car. You can't get rid of DNA with bleach. You've got to use something like muriatic acid, such as Black Swan. He didn't do that. I guarantee you they're going to find something, some trace in that car, be it the front, the steering wheel, the ignition, the hatchback. There will be something in that car.
Yeah, it was December 7th that they put out that picture at 3:45 in the morning. That car's going by, but it obviously played a huge role in the evidence in trying to track this person down.
It really did. We long said, find the car. Our hopes were raised when a car similar to this was found in Oregon with a homeless person sleeping in it. That was not the car. This is the car. Now, we understand that they have matched him up to DNA at the crime scene. It can't just be any DNA, because that was a real party house. And is there anything wrong with that, having a good time? But DNA at critical locations, such as in both the bedrooms, on all the bodies, or more than one body, possibly on the doorknob. Did he touch the doorknob of the downstairs girls that lived that night? It's not just DNA at the scene. It's DNA at critical locations in that scene that will now match up to him. Where did they get the matchup? Maybe like you heard earlier, genealogical DNA. Or maybe they got his DNA from this 4-day stakeout we know that the cops have done. Did they see him throw out a pizza or a McDonald's coffee cup? We don't know, but they were watching him for a reason.
Nancy Grace, love your perspective. Appreciate your passion on this, and thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
All right, so that is, my friends, what Nancy Grace had to say about Bryan Kohberger. Yeah, so something that was said about Bryan Kohberger that I was trying to find a clip from YouTube that discussed this, and I did not find any as of, when I was getting ready for this live stream. But it was widely, said across several different news stations that people that went to high school with him, even people that went to college with him, suspicious, reported that Bryan Kohberger was very awkward with girls, that, girls would pick on him. Even, one person said girls would throw things at him, which normally I would say, oh my God, that's so mean. Like, bullying is never acceptable. But in this case, I mean, seriously, oops, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll get back to that in a minute. Jody is cool. But, that really played into, the incel theory that's out there that, some people have talked about. I know on this channel, Sis Vicious had talked about that theory, that so an incel is short for involuntarily celibate, like not, they're celibate, and it's not because they want to be. So, that, was he an incel? Was he an involuntarily celibate man who targeted some very attractive, beautiful young women as a result? Oh. Trinity says, new. Bryan Kohberger, dad, drove with him to Pennsylvania after the Idaho 4 killings. Shogun Cinema. Yikes. Wow. Oh, gosh. So what did it, was it like, of course, we always related to the Watts case. Hey, Rockaways, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Was it like a Shanann Watts thing where, when she flew to North Carolina with the kids, that her dad came out to Colorado to fly with them to North Carolina? Like, could he not drive by himself? I mean, I guess that's an interesting fact. I guess it's good in, this sense. I was, bringing up the point, I think when I was in, Curious Rose's chat last night, I kept thinking about it. Did he make victims of other people on his journey from his 2,300 plus mile journey from Pullman, Washington to around Scranton, Pennsylvania, which is 50 miles from where I sit right now, by the way, which is, really neither here nor there. But it's interesting that, I was thinking, and, everyone was thinking, oh my gosh, those poor people in Idaho, they must be so scared, and there's a killer in their town. And, he was all the way across the country, which, I think gives a little more credence to the fact that the investigation took 7 weeks. And I also do want to say that I personally, now there's a little caveat to this, so hear me out. I want to apologize to Jack D and Jack S, and for anybody else that on this channel we brought into the spotlight who is clearly innocent, and especially for Jack D, I offer nothing but my condolences, as it appears a completely innocent boyfriend / ex-boyfriend who was just mourning his ex-girlfriend and had nothing to do with this. So although I do want to just put my apologies out there, because I don't ever want to, cause harm or pain to anybody who is innocent, especially, I still do believe that, what we do on this channel and what people do on all true crime channels and when discussing true crime in general is to talk about issues that are of intense interest to human beings. It is the human condition to observe, especially extraordinary things that happen with other human beings and to want to know more about it, particularly when it is something that is so just like viscerally horrifying to almost every human being that hears about it. Like a tragedy like this, we have a compulsion that is, part of the like primitive mind where we want to know more. And whether people are talking about it on YouTube or not, those conversations are always going to be happening between human beings. So I personally do apologize for any suspicions that, myself or my channel helped to raise about those who are innocent in this case, but with that caveat, I also wanted to say that because a lot of people have commented on videos I've noticed in the past couple of days, some people saying, oh, I feel like so bad, that I brought up suspicion about this person or that person, but I tried to reply to all of them and just to assure them of what I believe, which is what I just told you guys, So Sis Vicious, or if anybody else does want to come up, I did just put the link to chat in the linked panel. I do that every time in chat. So hey, Geez Louise, how are you doing? Hey, Jerry N. Hey, Michelle. Gary said hi to Jerry, but I was going to say hi again. And if I miss anyone, I'm sorry. Just say hello. I'll try to catch you. Say hey back. Hey, Glenn Jammin. Always love it when you're here. Glenn Jammin, what do you think about this? Interested to know. Hey, Laced Up. Nice to see you again. And said I'm sorry for your loss, Michelle. I'm not sure what that was about, but let's see. I don't know if I can find it. Oh, geez. Oh, yeah, I'm very sorry for your loss, Michelle, and that's very terrible. Oh, goodness gracious. So much tragedy in the world. Hey, what's that? Dirty Walter. Welcome. How are you doing? Oh, I didn't see your question there. I would reply to it too. I'm trying to get through chat here. Hey, Chris Hippie. I'm not sure if I said that right, but welcome. I'm glad you're here. Let's see. What did Chris say? And hey, Raven, how are you doing? Nice to see you. I heard something about a Jack in the Box being found in a student's home with Xana's name on it. And apparently the closest Jack in the Box in Washington, I wonder if he was trolling. Well, oh, my earbud is like kicking it. Shoot. If I play any videos and I have an echo, I'm going to leave it to you guys to let me know, please, especially moderators. And then I'll go charge up my some new earbuds. I didn't realize those were low on battery. Let me see. Oh, MM, I just saw you backstage. I was just going to grab you. Sorry about that. I didn't get a chance to get you yet. And speakers there. Okay. So, oh, that's very interesting. And also, Double R, I'm going to go grab that email you sent me. Okay. And let's see. So also, give me just 1 minute here. I actually fixed that video that I was just trying to play that ended up having I don't know where that came from. So it actually now has the other, what does it say? Former classmate of Bryan Kohberger. So it actually has the material it's posted. Just one second, I'm going to upload that so then I can play it for you. It's just so interesting to hear what people have to say about him. My God, imagining knowing this man, or whatever he is, and then finding out this happened. It must be horrifying. Gosh. Okay, just one moment, please, guys. Bryan Kohberger's former friend and classmate are shocked what they see. Okay, sorry, hold it. And just give me 1 second here. I'm a terrible, terrible multitasker. I tell you guys that all the time. I just want to get this up on the stream. So it's the only way I can play it with volume is to pull it into my YouTube first and then give it to you guys. We definitely want volume. All right, and next, and I should show you guys what I'm doing here so you can see the magic behind uploading videos. Okay, and next, and public, and I'll skip forward to, you know, the part that you had not heard yet. So the first part will be the friend who used to run with him. You know, and that guy who is a friend of his who used to run with Bryan Kohberger said, you know, I didn't want to be, you know, running by myself in the dark. Like he was running with him is like a safety precaution. Woo! Imagine that. All right, I'm going to bring Mia M and Suspicious up, and then Double R, I'm going to go grab your email and see what that's all about. Just as long as it's not from Joseph Morris this time, because if you are a subscriber to Joseph Morris, I want you to go unsubscribe because he's a fraud. All right. And hey, Suspicious. Hey, Mia M. How are you guys doing?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Awesome. Awesome. So glad you came up. Great to have you guys.
Hello. I'm kid free tonight.
Oh, that's awesome. Good for you. Sometimes it's nice to get a little break, huh?
Yes. Yeah. It's been a few months, so yes. Well
Kelly,
deserved.
happy birthday. I've been thinking of you. I hope you were able to enjoy it. And I'm sure this was a good present, honestly. But
oh my God. It was really like
working so hard.
It was the best birthday present. My dad actually had called. I had a really bad headache yesterday. I ended up sleeping most of the day. My head was killing. I live streamed the press conference because I just wanted, you know, people on this channel who have been with us through talking about it all to, you know, have someone to watch it with if they wanted to. And I wanted to be with you guys too. Yeah, my dad actually called my son. I was like still sleeping. I slept like really late because we were on really late the night before. I was up to like 6 a.m. My son woke me up. He's like, Mom, Poppy just called and he said that they arrested the guy in that Idaho thing. You know, I was like, oh, you know, I just jumped out of bed. I was like, what?
I didn't know if I could believe it, honestly, because I kept seeing like things. I was seeing it on YouTube first. There was like one news source, and I was like, no way. So instantly I start going and I see other creators. And there was like a couple names that went out there and it ended up not being the actual person. But I was just so in doubt at first. I'm like,
I know. I was too.
God.
I kept flipping to other stations. I was like,
yes.
It's just, you know, because my dad is a big Fox News watcher.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said Fox News, which I don't normally watch. Well, I don't really watch news anymore unless it's trying to find true crime. But so I was like, is this just Fox News? I'm like, are other people saying this too? You know?
I did the same thing.
So what do you think about, let me kick it let me kick it to Suspicious really quick, and then I want to get to you, Mia M, to see what you think, especially since you're, and Edward, it's Mia M who's childless tonight. Suspicious is never childless.
Oh, I'm never childless. I'm like 50% childless tonight, but you know. What was your question though? I didn't hear you.
So about, you know, about the incel theory that you had, that you really strongly had, and did you hear that same information that I did about the? There's Mia. Let me bring her back. There she is. She's back.
Yeah.
Did you hear the same information that I did about, you know, people that he went to high school with and even college with, saying that girls really did not like him. He had a hard time with girls. Girls used to pick on him. Girls used to even throw things at him.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that?
I did, and here's what I think. I think that I've always sort of teetered more towards like the SK incel theory.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that I think because I've just always thought that everyone in that house was a target, or it just didn't make sense to me with the two being left down on the first floor. So I've always felt that everyone was a target. And so that really leaves the kind of incel or SK theory. However, with the incel theory, I find it difficult to get there for me without a sexual element in the crime itself, which I don't see. I see thrill, I see excitement, I see a need for control, and I see pleasure from the killing itself. I think the plan went awry. I don't think it went the way he intended it to, but we're not seeing a sexual element, which I think that we would see from this incel theory, because again, from an incel perspective, in my opinion, that's almost like a crime of passion where you're seeking vengeance or a revenge in a sense, because you're lashing out against what it is you want but that you can't have, right?
Sure. Yeah.
From a serial killer perspective, I guess in that space, it makes more sense to me the way this crime took place, because, and maybe it was time, we don't know everything yet, but I just see, for whatever reason, this house, these girls were targeted. He chose them. I think he hunted them. And you hear in other interviews with other serial killers, they can walk down the street, drive past someone, and they just decide that's the person, and there's nothing more behind it than that.
Like BTK would, I know, said that like he would choose people like that.
And it's interesting to me because now knowing who it is and learning more about him, and we see sort of the behaviors. I know a lot of people have, spoken to the veganism and his sort of methodical processes. I don't read more into that in terms of veganism in and of itself, but oftentimes when people have obsessive behaviors and compulsory obsessions, I guess, they become so methodical with it that it becomes a mechanism to control not only themselves, but you start to control the people around you, either through guilt, through coercion, through force in your behavior. And so when you have people so thirsty for that need to control, they again, it's just anything. It can be diet, it can be their attire, it can be their physical surroundings. Cleanliness is another thing. And so when you couple all these compulsions together, I don't think that I think there's a lot at play psychologically with this person. But again, just the incel theory itself doesn't make total sense to me. Being, in school for criminology, a lot of people have also commented on, well, did you arrest anyone else, was the first thing he asked. That's also something that Bundy said. So he's obviously studied that. I think
there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of parallels
crime.
between he and Bundy. Yeah.
I think it was an imitation crime. I think it was a what do you want to call it? An idolization. I think that he wanted to be Bundy. I read a lot with the Reddit post, but more between the lines. I think it was a more self-analyzation. I think when he posted that, wanting to know what people felt, how they felt after the crime was committed, I think it was analyzing himself more than comparing others' behavior, whatever, trying to figure out how to, mastermind the perfect crime. I think it was more analyzing thoughts within himself. Is this normal? Is this what you feel? Just like sort of self-diagnosing. I don't think this is the first crime he's committed, but I would say I think this is the first crime of this degree. But looking backwards, I think that it would be, I would be shocked if this was the very first hint of violence in his
Oh,
past.
yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I really wonder, as many of us, and hey, Gregory Worth, how are you doing? Glad you're here. As a lot of us have asked and speculated, if that what happened with the dog, just a few weeks before the tragedy in Moscow, Idaho, if it was the person who committed the slayings of those 4 students. And, I know that, when it was specifically Randy Hansen came up on panel during a live stream and was saying, bringing up the really good point. Well, how weird would it be if it wasn't the same person who committed those slayings? And, in that case, man, Moscow, Idaho really have something to worry about, because if there's somebody there who's going to do that to a dog, and somebody there who's also going to do what was done to those 4 students, that's freaking like beyond what is in the water,
I mean, Kelly, one thing too, there's a lot of things about this person that are confusing, but there's so many things about him that are also very familiar from crimes and, people we've studied past. And for him, I think that there's a lot being weighted presently, and people, you gravitate to the details and things that you see and we know and we find out right away. But all the behaviors combined, I just always ask myself, what does it do? What does it look like? What does it represent? What could that mean also? Because this person has at 28 years old, that's not young, but that's pretty young to that's pretty old to commit a crime like this and not have anything in your past. So all of these behaviors, all of these things that we know about this person, I think it has just metastasized into something very ugly and very evil. And all of these behaviors and everything that we know currently, I don't think it can be taken at face value, but I think that there is a reason, a meaning, a purpose, and all of it. And we always say the love is in the details, but for this person, I think that we really have to look at the bigger picture and the broader spectrum. What could this attribute to? Like I said, with the need for control in the veganism. I don't think it's veganism itself.
Yeah, because that's very strange. Because I myself am a vegetarian. I have been since I was 14 years old. I've gone through different stages of, hey, Justice for Dan Markle, how are you doing? Hey, Jennifer Bradford, welcome. How are you doing? Hey, Cole's friend, how are you doing? I've gone through various stages of vegetarianism and veganism, and just the idea of, I don't want my oh, that's interesting, Glenn Jim. And and I used to be picky to the point where I didn't want my food cooked in pans or any used utensils that had touched meat. As I've gotten older, I've definitely loosened up about that. And, I had this one teacher who was a yoga teacher and a spiritual teacher of mine. And she was I studied Ayurveda under her. I don't know if any of you know what Ayurveda is. But
I know what Ayurveda is.
Yeah. I studied, I'm certified in certain aspects of teaching Ayurveda. And well, I know I still do incorporate into my life, but she would say, although, she would say about herself, although I'm a vegetarian, I don't let that ruin a perfectly otherwise good time with friends and family. Meaning, if you're, at a gathering with people and there's meat being served, you don't, put up a big deal about it. Well, I wouldn't anyway, because that's rude, but maybe you even take a couple bites of it. But anyway, I relate to that, but it seems like to the degree that he was obsessive about it, like he made his family throw away pots and pans that had touched me. I mean, that I can't, even being a vegetarian who was a vegan for probably at least a solid decade straight, I don't relate to that. I do not relate to that. You know, that's like a little bit crazy for me. But here, let me bring up all and Kay Braze. Hey, Kay Braze, I'm going to just bring you up on panel. Let me go and then I'm going to kick it to Mia right after this because Mia's been quietly, patiently there
Oh, I
without her.
thought she dropped off.
Yeah,
I'll
Mia's
mute.
there. No, we're all good. I want to play the video that Double R had sent to me. So Double R, you said it's okay to play in the stream, right? So I'm just going to start playing it, and I trust it's not going to be anything terribly atrocious. So let's see what's up with this. So this is called Bryan Kohberger, Among Us. It says Idaho students.
On Friday, a man was arrested by the name of Bryan Kohberger for the murders in Idaho, the 4 students that lost their lives in the early morning hours of the 13th of November.
Okay.
But did we know that the whole time this guy was surrounding us? You've probably already heard this. It was on Facebook. This is Bryan Kohberger, putting himself amongst the Idaho murder groups, talking with you all, giving his thoughts and theories on it, whilst pretending to just be another concerned citizen.
Into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the 2 women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they weren't.
I'm sorry. I didn't catch that. Do we know who is this speaking? Did any of you catch that? I just don't know who this is speaking. Okay.
It was never identified, Kelly. This was
okay.
a recording. He announced himself in this video as a relative of someone within the investigation, and that was it.
Okay, got ya. Okay, very good.
I thought Double R said that that's supposed to be Bryan himself. On a
Okay,
Facebook
Double R is saying that it's Bryan himself. Okay,
Some
all right.
people are speculating about that now, and you can read between the lines with what he says because there are details about the upstairs victims. One of them, you know, they weren't sleeping together; they were killed and so it's further along in the video. So it's all speculation.
Okay,
but
and then Gregory Worth also says, adding along to this, allegedly a friend, former now I guess, Casey, said that it's Bryan's voice, and even her brother said so too. Oh, that is chilling. All right, let's listen to this.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Double R.
We're speculating.
Sure. Yes.
Allegedly. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
They hadn't fallen asleep in the same bed. One of the victims' wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed.
Oh, God.
Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The person must have been very strong. They think the man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. The man, they believe that the man possibly grabbed her, and she screamed loudly.
So we're just going to pause for 2 seconds while I tell you to look closely at the screen now, because he happens to actually catch himself on video recording himself. There is Bryan Kohberger talking to us all like he has nothing to do with this crime.
The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how, I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area, and they have an audio file I haven't heard it, but I was told that you could clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house. I was told that there are parties there all the time. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it's what I was told. The weapon used was a long serrated-edged hunting knife with a fixed blade. The weapon had not been in the house. The person brought it with them and took it when they left. The 2 victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other.
No,
The reason is
how do
that
you
the
know
one
if
tried to escape
Wait just a second.
and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there is there's a lot of blood mixtures on this at the scene. They're also desperately looking for this white car. The reason being is that it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway, that's, again, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station / hangout at 3:45. Now, if the scream was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speeding by. Also, the scream may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That scream could have been what saved the other 2 roommates' lives. The person knew that they might be detected, so they sped away.
Oh,
Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I can find. Thanks a lot.
Wow.
That's
Oh my
horrible.
gosh.
Kelly, one thing.
Oh.
This video,
Wait, hold on. I want
video
to
that
see
we
if there's
just
more here.
okay.
Wait. Oh. What? What?
Wow.
Oh. He followed all of them? Is that real?
No.
Kelly,
Go ahead.
did you hear that Steve Gonsalves is claiming that Kylie was associated with this guy, but he's not divulging any information right now?
Yes, I'm actually, let me bring that up. I've got that ready. I've got that one ready to go. All right. Hold it. Just, oh my God. I'm just, that was freaking.
It makes me sick. I just want to say I'm not a long-winded panelist. I've installed several cameras in my house. I've got a Ring doorbell now. Every bump in the night, I'm just imagining a guy like this coming and taking mine and my son's life. It's so scary.
You know, it's terrifying. You know, I said when this first happened, you know, I mean, this, like a lot of other people, and welcome Melanie, Brinson, welcome. How are you doing? Welcome, Jenny. Okay. Jenny says the accounts are, okay. Those accounts are fake. All right. Well, I'm going to have to look into that. So I was doing stuff with my family today, so I wasn't so much on here like I wanted to be, but you know, when this first happened, I was just so horrified. Sorry. Where's that coming from? I was so horrified by the whole thing in a way where every time I lay down and closed my eyes to go to sleep, what I was thinking about, and this was going on for like a good month, was I was haunted by what it was that these students went through on that night. But, as time goes on, I know for myself, I'm starting to get, like, whereas if I get up to go to the bathroom, like late at night, early morning hours, and I hear something, I was taking a shower after a live stream the other day. It was probably like 2:30 in the morning or something. And I thought that I heard the bathroom door creak open. And I swear to God, I almost passed out from fear, where I'm not normally like that. You know what I mean?
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Because it's like nobody's safe. You're not even safe in your own home.
Yeah, it's terrifying. Thank you for becoming a member, Jay Lewis. Appreciate it. Welcome to the family. Hey, Downtown Wonder, how are you doing? Hey, Nadrian Markowski, and I'm so sorry if I didn't say your name right. I can be bad at pronouncing things. Sorry about that.
I was telling Rose earlier that I'm scared because I'm home alone now. My son's my company. I'm just like, it's bad.
It's really extremely scary. Let me read this. What you were just talking about, Mia. Let me read this portion of this article to you. So this eventually becomes about Steve Gonsalves. Yes. So the article says Idaho victim Kelly Gonsalves's father says connections suspected. So shocked Idaho killer Bryan Kohberger plans to deny murders, attorney says. Was put on suicide watch and will agree to extradition from Pennsylvania as Moscow police chief now says he believes suspect acted alone. So I was talking with CCTV, great channel, and you guys probably know CCTV. I was talking with her right after, the pictures of him came out yesterday, and I was like, what is he wearing? Is he already in a bulletproof vest, or is that some funky ass shirt like he owns? And she was explaining to me, I didn't identify it myself as first, to be honest. I give her credit for it. She was explaining how she could tell that it was, a suicide outfit because of the Velcro up top. So this says, and you guys may have known that, but some things go over my head. Okay. Bryan Kohberger,
I just thought it was
28.
bulletproof.
Yeah. I thought this would, upon first blush, that's what I thought too. Bryan Kohberger, 28, was taken into custody on Friday for the brutal Idaho quadruple murders that gripped the nation, but he denies the charges. His extradition attorney says the suspect is shocked, but will work with investigators to clear his name. Kohberger was also taken off suicide watch in prison, where he is being held without bail. He has agreed to speed up his transport to Idaho. Despite his denial, police believe Kohberger is the unalivener and acted alone. Steve Gonsalves, father of Kaylee, age 21, said his family has found connections between the University of Idaho student and suspect Bryan Kohberger. It is not clear yet what connection Kohberger may have had with Kaylee, but the crime scene was just 8 miles from where he was studying criminology as a PhD student. Steve described Kohberger as a broken soul, pitiful human being. I think those are kind words coming from the dad. And the little coward that had finally got caught running. Okay, this article goes on to say, the man accused of killing 4 Idaho University students is shocked by the allegations and will deny the charges as he's extradited from Pennsylvania. Monroe County Chief Public Defender Jason LaBar, my dad knows that guy, the attorney. My dad's an attorney here. We're, again, like just 50 minutes from where he was apprehended. Said Bryan Kohberger, who was arrested on Friday for the brutal stabbings of Kaylee Gonsalves, 21, Ethan Chapin, 20, Xana Kernodle, 20, and Madison Mogan, 21, will work with police to clear his name. Mr. Kohberger is eager to be exonerated of these charges and looks forward to resolving the matters as promptly as possible, LaBar told CNN. He added that the suspects will agree to waive his extradition hearing, which was set for Tuesday to be sent to Idaho. Although initially placed on suicide watch after being held without bail, Kohberger is now off watch as he prepares to argue his innocence. I'm shocked at that. However, police said they believe Kohberger carried out the gruesome November 13th slayings and that he did so alone. But I'm also not shocked because he definitely exhibits signs of a narcissist, and we can go over that later if you want to, which means that he is not going to unaliven himself. The developments come as Steve Gonsalves, father of Kaylee, said his family has begun digging up clues linking her with suspect Bryan Kohberger. Let's see. Labar said Kohberger, 28, a Washington State University graduate student, is shocked a little bit that he is calm right now, which is effing crazy. The attorney added, "We don't really know much else about the case. I don't have any affidavit or probable cause. I didn't want to discuss the case with him because I'm merely his representation for this procedural issue as to whether or not he wants to be extradited back to Idaho." Labar, however, did note that he spoke with Kohberger about his alibi and where he was when the 4 students were unalivened on November 13th. Knowing, of course, that it's very likely they have location data from his cell phone already, putting him on the border of Washington and Idaho, Labar told CNN. It was an easy decision, obviously, since he doesn't contest that he is Bryan Kohberger. The defense attorney also spoke with Kohberger's family, who he said were shocked by the developments when authorities raided their tranquil home in the Poconos before sunrise Friday. I saw on Plunder that there was a picture of the front door of his family's home that was replete with duct tape, closing up the windows on the door.
And it was upside down.
What's that?
They reinstalled it
say,
upside
honey?
down. They put the door back on upside down.
Oh, gosh, I didn't see that. Gosh, you guys are full of good information. Although Fry said they were still gathering information and investigating the slayings, he said evidence indicates that Kohberger most likely acted alone. He also confirmed that the white Hyundai Elantra police were looking for in the early weeks of the investigation was located in the home of the suspect's parents in the Poconos. Fry also lamented the fact that Kohberger was a criminology student at the nearby Pullman, Washington campus. "That's not what we want in our profession," Fry told Fox. "We hold ourselves to a higher standard." I sure as hell hope so. "And we hold ourselves to an ethical standard." Well, that was kind of stupid to say, but that's cool, Fry. I mean, I get it. You're overwhelmed. Okay. Dad and Kaylee. Let's see. As the investigation into Kohberger unfolds, Steve said that once police told him and his family about the suspect, they got to work trying to find answers as to why Kaylee and her friends were targeted. He said the family have started to see connections between the two, but he was not ready to share them yet. Now, there's a person and a name that someone can specifically look for and see if there's any connections in any way. So they're just trying to figure it out, the family's attorney, Shannon Gray, told ABC News. Steve said that no one in the family knew or recognized Kohberger when they were initially told about him by police. He told ABC that they found links between the suspect and Kelly, but are not ready to discuss them yet as the police investigation continues. Police had previously refused to rule out that the unalivenings were targeted, but it remains unknown what connections Kohberger could have with the victims, who were living just 8 miles from the suspect's campus. The grieving father described Kohberger as a broken soul, pitiful human being, and that the little coward that had finally got caught running. Damn. Steve added that he was patiently waiting to see Kohberger when he appears in court next week. "This guy's going to have to look at me in the eyes multiple times. Good luck getting him to look at." Well, he might look at him. He might be brazen and bold enough to do that. "And I'm going to be looking for the truth. That's really what I'm going to be looking for." The father's restraint to share details about the investigation is a U-turn from his previously outspoken nature. I was thinking that. As he is now thankful to the Moscow police for tracking down the key suspect in his daughter's unalivening. "I want to commend those police officers and everything they have done, because it has been very difficult to work with all the media, especially me being so vocal." Glad he knows that. He told Fox News. I mean, I don't blame him for anything he did, but, the investigation did everything they could to keep this away from the public, to keep the jury untainted, do everything by the book. And I believe they have done an amazing job of that, he added. Yes, they have.
Kelly, I
Freaky,
just
look
wanted
at
to
him.
tell you one thing. That video that you played, I was looking back through my history while you were reading, and that original video was posted around, it was either the 17th or the 18th of December. And
Okay.
I tried to find it. It's been deleted, and I didn't take a screenshot of it. And I recall this specifically. I went back. I was on. I was talking. I was on another panel with another creator on the 21st, and the day before, I had watched another creator who had reposted the video and attached it from the 20th of December. And so I sent him the link to that video, but it was originally, again, from the 17th or the 18th.
Okay, that's
And
really interesting.
so I find it interesting because for him to post it, I say him like we know for sure, but it was just so weird for me at the time. I'm like, why now? Because there were a lot of details that you would think only someone there would know, or just a lot of just weird details. But other than that, there wasn't a lot of, shocking information that wasn't publicly known. It was like public information mixed with like details that someone there would know, like she fell on top of her friend, like those sorts of things.
Yeah.
So I was like,
Well, I
what?
actually want to listen to it again because I was just writing down some notes as we were listening to it. And I think there's some interesting things. Just really quick, I just want to answer this question. Glenn Jamin asks, are cameras allowed in Idaho courts? Yes, they are, with authorization that can be revoked at the judge's discretion at any time. I researched
You
that
know
one,
what got
so
to
yes.
me, Kelly?
What's that? Go ahead.
That's Corey. Hey, I was going to say the
Hey,
thing that got to me was when he said the scream was recorded.
Uh-huh.
Horrible.
Yeah, I know. Here, let's listen. Do you guys want to listen to it again? I do.
I
Do you
believe
want-
that was the body
Kelly, really
Go-
quick,
yeah,
and then
go
I'm just gonna hop off my panel real quick. But I was told that during his college courses that after the killings he became more social. He was really happy, but when it came to discussing this case, he was like mute. He wouldn't comment
really?
or yeah. People noticed socially, the difference. It was like he got off on it. So, but yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
jump off
cool.
on panel. Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for
it's
being
scary.
up here, Mia. If you feel like coming back up, come on back up anytime, girl. I always like talking to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, talk
thank
to you guys later.
Thank you,
Okay.
sweetheart. Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
You guys want to listen to that again? I want to listen to it again. Want the highlight of his questions. See this. Yeah, definitely. Oh yes, double R. I do. Yes. Geez, double R. Do you want to join the What's the Obsession research team? I think you're already part of it. Thank you. Yeah, I want anything we can get.
Kelly, listen to
Hey,
this
validation
with
boy.
your
How are you doing? Hey,
expertise.
Rosie.
Listen to it with your expertise in behavior analysis, and read between the lines, because when you listen to it and imagine, take yourself back to the 16th, 17th, 18th, 20th of December. What was happening at that time? What word on the street was? I really think this person was trying to feed their own narcissism.
Yes.
Because
I'm gonna go. I'm listening to you guys. I'm just gonna go grab a pen really quick. 'Cause my pen just ran
If you
out.
listen to his voice, his pitch goes really high at the end of like certain details.
And he sounds excited and like he's getting pleasure.
And
If this is the
secondhand.
person- But I know Kelly is just amazing at like analyzing human behavior, and I want to hear her thoughts because it was just so weird and off-putting, which is why the other creators panel I was on, I was like, you listen to this, like, please, like, tell me what you think, because it just seemed so strange. But everything at that time was Jack. Everybody was pointing the finger at Jack, and
I have some good theories about all that now that
I
this
just
has come out.
get there myself. I mean, I suspected, if I said the motive is there, all those opportunity, but the others just never made sense. It just never fit into the puzzle for me. But
yeah,
I want to hear what Kelly has to say and listen to it again. Being objective, think about what word on the street at that time was, what people were thinking, suspecting, and then listen to this again. If this is the person,
yeah.
is a ploy, I think, feeding their own narcissism to get the conversation going in another direction and
No, I think so. Now, the only reason I guess I like Jenny just said is that what I pinned right now. Jenny says, the former friend who came out on TikTok yesterday said it doesn't sound like his voice for what it's worth, because I don't want to give it too much attention or credence if it's not even him, because I hate to be like fooled like that. But
The guy has notes, it looks like. If you've seen him, he passes like a note in front of the screen.
What do you mean? Say that again.
If you look, it's like his hand is running through notes, like he's reading off something, and right when it shows him at the screen of the computer or TV, he passes by. There's a note that has a bunch of writing on it.
Oh gosh.
I wish we could pause it right there. When he goes right, he has in his left
I know what
hand.
you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, do you want do you guys want to watch it again?
I just think it's interesting that the video, when I watched it, it only had a few hundred views. And it was clipped like so many times right away. But within, I mean, it was less than 24 hours. The video was gone, deleted. And when I sent it to the other creator, I just sent him basically from a clip from someone else, but it was deleted almost right away. And again, I think it's interesting. Regardless, whoever put the video out was feeding their own narcissism in some way, whether it was someone with intimate knowledge. And it's not like the broad details, it's like the fine little things that tells me that whoever this was has knowledge in some way, whether it is actually a family member, whether it was someone that has knowledge after the fact. It's just weird. So again,
well,
just
Trinity
keep that
says
in mind.
on Ickedmel, they show enhanced pictures and said that the FBI has ear matching software and it doesn't match the ears. They have freaking ear matching software. What the hell?
Someone that went to school for all that, you think he would accidentally record himself
Yeah, that's.
and leave it and record, actually put it out there like, oh shoot, because you see it move it away. So he noticed that he recorded it. It was almost like, hey, you're going to think I accidentally recorded myself, but someone did that.
Although it was deleted, it was recorded with a cell phone. Adjust the brightness on your phone real quick when you watch it. If your brightness is down enough, you can't see him in the screen. If your brightness is all the way up, you can. So, stupid mistake. Again, it was recorded with a cell phone. It's not like you have a, Canon, whatever.
Yeah.
It was stupid. I don't necessarily think it was him specifically, but I wonder who it was and what the purpose was in posting it. They knew it was going to be clipped instantly and then instantly deleting it. The deleting is more sus to me than recording it and posting it.
Think about all the stuff that has been deleted, though, that is not even in the spotlight still, like different people's pages, different, like the GoFundMes for the Range Rover. Like, it's almost like certain stuff could still be a part of the investigation. I still think the car, the Range Rover, has something to do with it, because now that they say this guy did it, wouldn't it be kind of bad that they didn't keep the GoFundMe up so the parents could keep the car? Like, now that this guy did it and not Jack?
Wait, what?
So can you go ahead and explain that, K-Braze?
There was the GoFundMe that, was it Jack's aunt that did it?
I thought it was Kaylee's aunt, or I'm not sure.
Me neither, but someone's aunt put a GoFundMe to pay off Kaylee's Land Rover, the balance that was due, so the parents could keep it.
Right.
But then they deleted it.
I know.
That's weird. They deleted it.
Well, maybe they had got the money from other means, and they didn't want people to continue to donate.
Something.
I don't know.
There's something in the press conference that stood out to me, though.
Go ahead.
It might not have been that big, but the dog was never mentioned.
In the press conference?
Yeah, to me, it's like I didn't hear nothing about, I know the dog isn't a person, but I mean, and it could be the reason they didn't say it is because he can't say nothing about the investigation.
Right. Yeah. Huh.
Like, to me, I don't know when, this is the thing that got me after all this came out is when were the texts and all the calls to Jack, and was it a text message that said, hey, we share the dogs, or was it a voicemail?
It was a text.
Yeah, and to me, it's like they said it was right before.
Wait, say that again?
There was a bunch of phone calls to Jack. And then, hey, after that, it was, hey, we share a dog together. And I've been saying that's weird that you would tell somebody that literally bought the dog with you that, hey, we share a dog together. But wasn't that the last calls ended right before they said the killing, not too long before?
Yeah, I mean, the last
never put much weight in that. I think that was a ploy to get him to get back old.
50
You're breaking up, Kelly.
were between 3 and 4.
I can't hear anybody.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but Kelly's breaking up.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, I can't. Oh wait, I'm breaking up too?
Yeah.
I think I can hear you clearly
Oh, weird. Okay.
I just thought it was
Okay,
weird that
alright,
it was
okay,
that
sorry about
close. If it was that close to, they said the murders, that to me it's
Hold
like
it.
the guy.
I was on Fubu trying to get the count. Wait a minute. Hold it. Just 1 second, guys. Hold it. I don't know why this. Just wait. Just 1 second. I don't know why my audio is like freaking out here. Let me take a few things down here. I don't know if it's on my end. I guess it must be. Just let me close a few things and see what the heck is going on. I was trying to bring the ball drop into the stream here, but let's see. Oops.
Oh God, is it next year?
No, not yet. Not yet. It's 11:56. I was trying to get, hold it. I was trying to hold it. Just 1 second. Okay, go ahead. You guys can keep talking if you want.
Yeah, I just thought it was, if it is that close, this guy, I've been thinking the whole time that it's someone that's very well with this kind of stuff because it was so clean. I just kept saying that it's way too clean, way too clean. And also, he knows a lot of stuff about crimes. So if it was that close, like, hey, call, it's either sad coincidence that it happened right close, or hey, let's get him over here. It'd be good to have someone to blame.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know that I subscribe to that. And the only reason I say that is because I still stand by what I've said all along, that I think that there were more things happening within the relationship that we don't know about.
Yeah.
And I think that Kaylee and Jack had something going on. They broke up for a reason. She was leaving for a reason. Maybe she needed space, whatever. But I don't think that they were on the best of lovey-dovey, amazing terms. And if she was blowing his phone up, trying to get him to call her, and she thought he was awake but ignoring her, I can see her texting, hey, we share a dog together, like, call me back, giving some crumb of a reason why, if he was
Okay, here.
ignoring
So I'm
her,
going to interrupt
maybe
you
she
guys
was.
because people in chat are telling me it's almost midnight. So I promise watching the ball drop. So sorry to interrupt you like that, but I'm going to just bring in
No, do it.
Times Square. So here we go. Yeah.
Oh God.
Wait, is this? Oh, I wonder if it's because it's almost midnight. You know how like
So
people are all
sweet.
calling each other. What the heck? I don't know why it's doing this. I think it's because it's almost midnight. You know how people all get on the phone with each other and stuff like that? See, let me close everything I got going on here.
Next year is still an hour away for me, so.
Me too. I'm Central.
Wow. well. You guys hang tight for the rest of us here. Let's see. Hold it. Don't save. I'm just gonna close everything I can. I don't know why. I don't know, man. I don't know why my connection is so bad here. Come on.
Do you have a ball in your room, Kelly? You can just drop for us.
I know, right? I'm here. All right. Shit. Ugh, this is irritating crap out of me right now. Let's see. Yeah, I'm connected. I must be because it's midnight. People get on the phone with each other and stuff. Happy, New Year's, whatever. So, let's see. Oh, crap. I know.
Do you want me to
Come
sing?
on,
No, I'm
mofos. Let's
kidding.
go. We all want Suspicious to sing. Oh, it's midnight. Woo!
Happy New Year.
According to my computer, it is midnight. And here, let's get just a big picture. Let's see. New Year's fall. Here we go. Let's just put a picture up because I think everyone is trying to stream that when it's midnight. So you know what I mean? Okay, here's a good picture right here. Okay. Make it bigger. Let's open it in another tab. And Happy New Year, guys. Thank you so much for spending it here with us. I really appreciate it, guys. Wait, let me share this. We're going to share this New Year's Eve ball drop-in. Oh, just look at all these people just left us. Sorry, you guys don't like technical difficulties. I love them. Oh, whoops, where is it? There we go. Yay! Happy New Year, guys. I hope this year is the best of all of your years so far for each and every one of you. So Happy New Year, and thank you so much for spending it here with us. Tater drop in Idaho New Year. What is that? What the hell does that mean, Marlene? Oh, yeah, thanks. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Steel Ribbon. Happy New Year, Rosie. Mwah. Kiss for all of you guys. Here's your mwah. New Year's Eve kiss. Have a wonderful, wonderful 2023, everybody. Yeah. Let's see. Dan Markle says, Kelly, when I can figure out my tech stuff, I will join you too. Awesome. Wonderful. Yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year, Validation Boy. All right. So let me just get that down. Yeah. I don't know why that happened. My internet connection never drops out like that. So yeah. Oh, Melanie Berman, first time watching. Awesome. Glad you're here. That's great. Super. Hey, DC Primetime. How are you doing? Welcome. Going to bring DC into the stream. How's it going, DC Primetime? How are ya?
Happy New Year, Kelly.
Happy New Year. Woohoo. Happy New Year.
I mean, it's been a year, 2022, but we're into 2023 and
that's
it can only
right.
get better, right?
That's right. That's right. I don't know, 2020, I think 2022 for me, it was a good year. I started a new job. I still do love it. The channel's been doing great. I've got to meet all of you guys. It has not been so bad at all. It's been pretty decent.
And if you have not liked and subscribed, please do. Let's get Kelly to 25K.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, wait, what am I at right now?
do it.
So right now I'm at 24,805. We're 195 away from 25,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. And it says I just got it says you got new achievement. You just got your 100th member. So welcome all of you new members. And thank you, DC Primetime, for gifting memberships. It's really very generous of you. So, yeah.
It takes a village, Kelly. Really. It does. When you believe in something, you have to put forth your all into it. And if you haven't and you're here tonight, please to get the conversation started and subscribe to Kelly and watch the attention.
Thank you, darling.
She doesn't just cover Watts, you guys. She
No, I
covers
don't
it
just
all.
cover Watts. In fact, we barely cover Watts anymore. It's totally okay. Here, wait, I'm going to play, let's see, this other clip for you that I was trying to play earlier. Yeah, I think I got it now. Yeah, I think so. All right, so let me just bring this into the stream here. Yeah. All right, for whatever it's worth, here's some more information about Bryan Kohberger. I have a hard time. Yeah. I want to call him all kinds of things, but innocent till proven guilty? I don't know, man. Innocent till proven guilty.
He's an interesting study, right?
He certainly is. He certainly is. So here, let's hear what these people have to say.
Live for us in DC. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Oh, wait.
Should we call
hold
you-
it. More importantly, wait a minute. No. I wanted to watch what I'm sorry. I wanted to watch what Double R sent us. I think that's going to be more interesting. I didn't want to play it before midnight because it looks a little longer than minutes we had left. But I have no idea what this is. Double R sent it. Maybe you can write a little bit about that in chat. So I'm going to bring that into the stream. So thank you very much again, Double R. Really appreciate it. Oops, what was that called? It's called Creepy Info. Bryan Kohberger, Idaho students. All right, let's bring that into the stream and see what this is all about. So I'm watching this for the first time with you. Okay. Oops. Okay. Oops, we just lost DC and Sis. All right, here we go. Losing everyone here. All right, here we go. All right.
In the groups, almost arguing with some of them about how this crime was committed. Going by the name of Papa Roger, he states, why did the killer choose that house over all the other houses in the area? Almost like he's trying to start a conversation with people. He then said, one knife, 4 people? The killer took a big risk. The knife could have, broken off, become ineffective after 1 or 2 of the victims. Only one, how do you know that only 1 knife was involved? Then he said, do you think the killer took anything from the house? And how long do we think the killer was in the house?
Thank you,
This was a
Cody.
conversation that got going, and he started arguing with someone. It started, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed-bladed knife. This leads me to believe they have found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsies. I'm going to let you read the argument between the two of them.
All right, hold it. Should I be reading this? Here, wait. All right, this person didn't. Let me read this. Hold up. Wait, just 1 second. So she said, I'm going to let you read the argument between them. As long as I can read it, I'll read it. Let's see. The way I'm guessing they could tell was by impressions or bruising around the wounds that showed the outline of the weapon. You wouldn't be able to tell that at the crime scene, says Papa Roger. And then Papa Roger also says they don't. I'm going to leave it out. Yeah, you guys are just going to have to. I can't read it. YouTube. So if you can look at what's on the screen right now, I'm going to just leave it up. And I'll just keep quiet so you can read it yourself. It's just how we have to do it. Huh. Wow. Interesting. Ugh, which hand? I don't freaking know. Why would you even ask that? Weird. Someone who's about ready to commit a premeditated crime. If you were sneaking into someone's house looking to unaliven them with a weapon, you would have the weapon in the sheath when you entered. I think the unalivener had it in his hand. The unalivener had it in his hand upon entering, just in case he was confronted and forced to fight. And then yeah, so this Papa Roger person, what I'm discerning from what I'm reading here is he seemed to get pretty worked up in like in a passionate way about this Dustin Stubblefield dude talking about the sheath. He says, "How in hell would I know that? I'm sorry, nobody is buying this sheath theory of yours." And then this Dustin Stubblefield eventually at the very bottom says, "Papa Roger, dude, give it a rest. You sound like a psycho." And then Stubblefield says, "Papa Roger, oh, since I commented on your post with my opinion on a discussion board, I should be accepting of your weird and creepy ass questions." And then Papa Roger said, "Asking if you carry a knife is weird and creepy." And then Dustin Stubblefield, remember the theory is that Papa Roger is Bryan Kohberger. Then Dan Stubblefield says, "Papa Roger, asking me questions like which hand did he hold the weapon in? And do you carry a weapon with no context is just strange." I agree. "You are asking me questions that only the unalivener would know the answers to. Are you suggesting that I'm the unalivener?" And then Papa Roger says, "I'm only responding to you. Why would you even bring up the unalivener?" "I'm only responding to you. Why would you even bring up the unalivener? Thought. Odd." And then Dan Stubblefield says to Papa Roger, "Sorry, I trashed your stupid sheath theory and you couldn't take it." And then he also says to Papa Roger, "Any other brain buster theories? Maybe they found a receipt laying in the kitchen for the weapon." And I'm replacing some words here if you aren't reading along. Then Papa Roger says, "Why are you angry?" This is weird. And then Dan Stubblefield says to Papa Roger, "I'm going to go out on a limb and assume it's not the first time you've heard that. Anyway, I would love to stay and chat, but I'm going to go back to my living room. I'm going to go back to living my life now. Try not to creep everyone out." And then a person called Marie Smiley comes in to the conversation and says, "Dustin Stubblefield, dude, definitely gives SK vibes. So strange and creepy." And then another person called Melissa something or other says to Papa Roger, "You're very likely would be able to tell due to the time they were found and when they were unalivened." And then Papa Roger says, 4 weeks in and no suspects. What is the motive? And then he also says, "How long do we think the unalivener was in the house?" So really asking questions like almost survey style with his surveys, right? So now he also asks on December 21st, "Regardless of what has been released, I believe this is a sexually motivated crime." And then he also says, "Did the killer drive, walk, or some combination of both to the scene?" And I certainly believe it was some combination of both personally. He also says on December 20th, certain kind of weapon is very a risky weapon. If you know you're going to unaliven 4 people, do we think the unalivener had another weapon, such as a stun gun, or so is he if this were him, it would seem to me that he's trying to give props for his courage and boldness in the way he went about things. And then Papa Roger also asks on December 8th, why did the unalivener choose that house over all others in the area? So what I'm seeing here is these questions that are being asked by this person, Papa Roger, who some believe to be Bryan Kohberger, are very parallel to the questions on his survey from grad school that he was soliciting criminals to answer about how he chose the victims of his crime and some other details. So this is kind of interesting. So Papa Roger also says, this is a discussion of the case. You are participating by choice. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Then Kelly Himberg says, Papa Roger, the 4 victims didn't participate by choice. You are one sick individual. All right. So I have a survey on file here. I'm going to bring up a survey. So this is a discussion of the case. You are participating by choice. That was said on December 8th. I'm pretty sure that's exactly the language that's on his survey. Also on December 8th, did the unalivener stop at 4 victims out of exhaustion, convenience, or lack of knowledge? Guys, these questions really parallel the questions that he asked on that survey. This is very interesting. Thoughts, December 8th, thoughts on this body placement? Look at it. And then he, this is kind of making me want to throw up, actually. I'm having a hard time with this. And then he puts like figures and he labels them Xana and Ethan. Yikes. I just have a bad feeling about this. Says, let's see if she's talking again.
He was tracked down and located in Chestnut Hill Township, Monroe County, in Pennsylvania. And a warrant accuses Kohberger of first-degree murder ×4. As we know, the 4 students were found stabbed to death on their off-campus residence in the early morning hours of the 13th, likely attacked whilst sleeping. At the time of Kohberger's arrest, it was said that he attended Washington State University in Pullman. His studies included a PhD in criminal justice and criminology.
What channel, Rosie? I don't
He's
care. Go ahead
also
and
a
say the
student
channel. What channel did you see that
investigator
on?
for DeSales University in Pennsylvania, where he posted the survey that asked about people coming forward with their feelings during criminal activity. Also posted in a video yesterday. The research participation that he posted online has now been deleted and will probably be used in some kind of evidence against him. He is now locked away, currently incarcerated for the 4 offences, as well as burglary. I know a lot of people are interested in finding out as much as they possibly can about Kohberger. But let's remember that his family are all innocent and they do not need dragging into this terrible situation.
All right, just a sec. I gotta find his no. What? Why? Just a minute. I'm bringing up his research study here. I got it. I saved it, luckily. Okay. Oh, wait. Did I put it in this program? Wait a minute here. Hold it. Wait a minute. Okay, here. I've got my video editor. Just one second, guys. I'm just going to find it here. Come on. That's creepy as hell, man.
Lynn.
Whoops.
So far, there might be some more at the top that I missed.
Okay, so yeah, just a minute here. So let me wait a minute. I want to go back to the other video in case we need to reference it. Hold on, let me pause that there. Just 1 second. I'm bringing up the research study of his. No, not like that. There we go. It's fine. All right. All right. Just make that bigger. This is creepy stuff. No. Hold it. All right, just 1 minute. I just gotta find it in my editor here. What did I call it? Research study. Let's see. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Make this full screen. Okay. So here. So, okay. I'll read you. Wait, let me just share this with you. So this is from, and I made a video about this. You guys may have seen it elsewhere. I don't know, but this is what we've got as far as the research study he put out while he was getting his master's degree. Yeah, share and maximize. Research participation needed, and this was confirmed to be him. My name is Bryan. I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when you're committing a crime. In particular, the study seeks to understand your story, the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. Your identity and all the answers provided are completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also an anonymous link. The research has been approved by the DeSalle University IRB. Participants must be 18 years of age and older. If you opt to participate, you may terminate your participation at any time for any reason. If you have any questions about this research, you may contact, and then it gives his information. So also, let's see, here's the exact specific questions. Just one sec here. I think this is it. Let me maximize this one. Okay, that says the same thing, but let's see. Wait, I have a specific question somewhere too. Let me see if it's up here somewhere. All my little pictures that go into streams. Oh, shit. Where is it? Oh, I know. Here. I've got a website we can go to. What do you guys think about this? People on panel? Sorry, I've been talking. What are you guys thinking?
I just think it's kind of, I don't even know the word, that we are literally studying somebody that studied this.
Ironic, surreal.
Like, yeah, that's just
crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, right? Just from being a psychology major, I know, there's always, and then, I've been a psychology major and studied psychology at 3 different levels, as an undergraduate and then in 2.5 different graduate programs. And there's always this joke, that people that are studying the things I studied are people who really need their behaviors studied themselves and, who have issues themselves. And, it does ring true sometimes, like that old, adage, what is it, like doctor heal thyself, that people go into different certain professions. It's really because they need that kind of therapy or that kind of healing or whatever the case may be. A lot of the times, I think there's always a certain element to that. I think a lot of, I don't know many people who have gone into studying psychology in, an intensive way who don't have some kind of situation or background in their life that personally caused them to become interested in psychology. But this is obviously an extreme,
Another saying that kind of rings a bell, but in different contexts, is you are what you eat.
Yeah. Well, in this case, this guy sure ain't vegetables.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Not the.
Well, along those lines, though, too, remember what I said with the survey? I don't know if it was so much asking for that participation as if it was understanding what other people's thoughts were and gathering that information to understand his own thought pattern and behavior is what I think it was. I don't think that he was genuinely asking those questions to receive the answers himself. I think
Oh.
it was more trying to understand
Himself?
himself and his thought process.
Yeah. No, I think that's pretty perceptive. Now, this was an article I found yesterday from Heavy, and let's see. It's a good article. It's I'll put the link in description if I remember to. It's hi Brian, how are you doing, sweetheart? It's 5 things to know about, this dude. So it says questions in the survey dig into whether a person committed their first crime when they were alone, whether they were employed, whether they were under the influence of drugs, alcohol, and more. So I believe what I've heard is he's been known to be someone who abuses substances, right? Other questions in the survey include, how was your life right before the crime occurred? And did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this point. How did you travel to and enter the location the crime occurred? And after arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target, i.e. person or object? Please detail your thoughts and feelings. Here's like one of the questions from the survey. It says, after arriving, what steps did you take prior to locating the victim or target? Please detail your thoughts and feelings. Oh my God.
That's sick.
Yeah. Wow.
He was trying to get like the
I wonder
most
if
popular
anyone
answer.
responded. That's
Yeah.
what I want to know. Who responded, if anyone?
Oh, I'm sure that he got someone to respond somehow. I mean, when you're doing these, I've had to do these things for my own graduate studies, and you've got to find participants or subjects somehow,
What did Kaylee study?
I think finance or marketing, correct? Marketing, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was marketing.
Okay.
I know that Jack D, her boyfriend, was he studied mechanical engineering. Get her off the couch. Okay, my bunny. And you guys, I'm sure probably also many of you heard this fact too. Kohberger previously worked in security for a Pennsylvania school district. Yeah, you can have those. Go ahead. And then it goes on to say, Jordan Cyrilnek, 34, owner of Seven Sirens Brewing Company in Pennsylvania, told NBC News that a female staff complained about Kohberger's behavior when he came into the brewery. He told NBC Kohberger was usually alone, sitting at the bar and observing and watching. Staff had noted, hey, this guy makes creepy comments. Keep an eye on him. He'll have 2 or 3 beers and then just get a little too comfortable, Cyrilnek told NBC News, saying Kohberger would ask female staff or customers who they were at the brewery with, where they lived. Yikes. He grew upset if the women rejected him, and he once called a staff member the B word. Kohberger once worked in part-time security for Pleasant Valley School District in Pennsylvania, according to a 2021 story in Time News. The Time News story reported that another person had replaced him, saying that the new hire was moving from casual security to part-time security, replacing Bryan Kohberger. The student's Instagram page shows that they were close friends. Ugh.
That's weird that you just said, oh, he got drunk, called someone the B word. Didn't Kaylee have a boyfriend after Jack that called her like the C word or something? I don't know if I seen it somewhere. I thought that maybe she was talking with someone, but it wasn't like a real thing. And if he likes breweries, I wonder if he likes bars.
Well, in all fairness, I've gotten drunk and called someone the B word at least 100 times. So
Yeah.
I'm not gonna read too much into that, but
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, here's what I wanted to read. Okay, I'm sorry. Here's what I wanted to read. So, all right. So after the page that I was just showing you, okay. So it says you have the right to withdraw at any point during the study for any reason and without any prejudice. If you have any questions, contact Bryan Kohberger and then also his co-investigators there. Now it says, now remember what that person, Papa Roger, said in that social media post. It says, by clicking the button below, you acknowledge that your participation in the study is voluntary. Which I was just saying, was like in that video we were just watching, the social media post, he says, wait, let me get exactly to it and see how close the language is. Let's see, let me find it here and then I'll bring it up on screen. Sheath, were you angry? Maybe you're dead to theory. Why are you angry? Hold it. Gonna go back to my living right now. You're creeping everyone out. Whoops. Let's see here. Whoops. Let's see. Gives killer vibes. Very unlikely. Let's see. I'm trying to find this here. How long do we think? No suspects. Da-da-da. Why is there a stun gun? Sorry. Okay. All right. It just says this is a discussion of the case. You are participating by choice. But, I do feel that, that verbiage right there, like you are participating by choice. I personally feel that is language of somebody, like him who had conducted these surveys where he is. Who says that? I don't know.
Did he have a business, or was this just part of his studies?
It was just part of his studies. Yeah. When you do in my master degree programs, we would have to do like a capstone, study or something like this, like a clinical study where, I've done 2 master's degrees where I had to do things like this, where I had to actually get participants or subjects.
Oh, like projects.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did say his school was pretty close to where the kids lived.
Yeah. They said a 10-minute drive, 8 miles away. Yeah.
I just hope no one voluntary was involved with one of his studies.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure people definitely participated. Let's see. Gregory says, per Christy Gonzalez, Kaylee was allegedly on a date with somebody who said something disrespectful to her, and she left and told her mom something like, "Where's Jack?" Huh?
Yeah, the guy called her a C word or something when she...
Right. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Oh, and then Validation Boy said, she said, I miss Jack. Okay, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so that was Christy. I remember reading that. Christy Gonzalez giving an interview to, I'm not sure who. I read it. I remember reading and not hearing it. Yep. That's right. Oh my goodness.
I'm still wondering about the car that got broken into down the road, because it seems like I don't know why that stuck in my head too, that it's just weird that somebody would do all that, leave the girl's stuff sitting outside of the car, leave a boot print on the seat.
Right.
How would you stand up in the car?
And leave her underwear in the cup holder.
And then in the video, it's almost like the guy got nothing out of it at all. And it was maybe just to see what the cops would do or how far they would go.
Yeah, I don't know. Here, I'm putting the link in chat right now. I don't know. We don't know if that was him, if it was him, I think I personally think it's feasible that, the cop did say in that video that was put out by Plunder that the instances of crime in that area had recently gone up. So we know that piece of information there, that the instances of crime in that area had recently gone up. So is that just a coincidence, or had they gone up because it was this person also doing things like, was he behind that instance where he went through her luggage and put all of her stuff from her glove compartment and console into her luggage and then took the underwear out and put it in the cup holder?
And she heard somebody in the woods. Yeah. And the cop's like, oh, it's just a bowl right here. You hear things.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the reason I brought that up is today I don't know what's true or not. You know how that is right now. But someone said on his TikTok video that it was a video of him hitting somebody with like a bat or a pole, and then he jumps inside the person's car and starts rummaging through it and opens the glove box, and there's like a bunch of money in it, and it looked just like him. So I don't know if anybody else knows about that,
I
but
don't know.
that to me just seemed like, oh, you're rummaging through a car.
Oh, that sounds like a little too much for me. I would definitely want some more information on that. But
Yeah, me too.
Double R just brought something up. He said, last session, they retrieved his DNA indirectly through family DNA. So yeah, I had heard that today as well. And I think that I meant to talk about that a long time ago. Thank you, Double R. You're really on the ball. That I had heard from a couple different sources, and they were all, kind of like primary news sources, not people just, speculating, kind of like we are in YouTube videos, but it was like reported news that one of the key links in this case that caused them to zero in on him was through that ancestral DNA, the genetic forensics, where they were able to get a hit on someone that's related to him that had submitted their DNA through 23andMe or whatever it may be. So I'm pretty sure that is accurate. I'd heard it from two sources. I was trying to look into it a little bit more before I went live tonight, but I just kind of ran out of time. But I do believe that we're going to find out that is definitely was one of the keys to finding this guy. So here, let me bring up DC Primetime. How you doing, DC?
Hi, sorry, my phone died, but I plugged it
no
in.
worries. Awesome. Glad
Happy
you're back.
New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. That's
Yay.
right. Yeah. That's right. Yep. Here, I'll bring up that video. Did you guys all see the video with the girl's car? Do you want to see that? Plunder said it was okay to share it.
I did not see it. No.
Oh, here.
There's
There's
only so many hours in the day to
I know.
to
There's only
research
so
this
many hours
case.
in the day. I know.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Oh, wait, here, while I'm getting that up here, this is what I was going to play before Double R came out with what he came up with. So let me bring this into the stream for a minute. And here we go. Here it is. Okay. So listen to this here. Okay.
Hi, panel.
Doctor, should we call you Catherine? What do you like to go by?
Hey.
So it turns out that he had taken a class by this woman who is well-renowned, something
She
having
wrote
to do with psychology. What is it?
She wrote the BTK book, right?
I believe so. Let's listen here.
Call me Catherine.
Dr. Catherine Ramsland, an expert in serial killers who teaches at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. We're learning one of her students was Bryan Kohberger, the man now charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho students. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome to this special edition of Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger is being held without bail at the Monroe County Jail in Pennsylvania on those murder charges. He was arrested at his parents' home on Friday morning just before 2 a.m. Moscow police say they seized a 2015 white Elantra, but have offered few other details. Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary and will have to be extradited to Idaho to face charges for the murders of Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. Police executed a search warrant at Kohberger's apartment in Pullman, Washington, Friday. Kohberger was a PhD student at Washington State University, studying criminal justice and criminology. Washington State University is about 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho, where those murders were committed on November 13th. A spokesperson for the university said Kohberger had just completed his first semester in the program. Before WSU, Kohberger was a master's student at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. And one of his professors was Dr. Catherine Ramsland. She teaches classes in serial killers. She's a forensic psychologist, and she has actually appeared on some of Law and Crime's podcasts, including Sidebar and Coptails and Cocktails. This is what she told Sean Stix Larkin about her work earlier this year.
I actually consult on death investigations. I do police trainings. I talk about profiling and psychological autopsy, which is really about suicidology. So I have a whole class just in that. And I have a class in dangerous minds that I teach at the undergraduate and graduate level. And that is really about extreme offenders, which is mass murderers, spree killers, and serial killers. So that's primarily what I do most of my work on, and most of what the students want from me. That class fills up very quickly.
I actually spoke with a student who was in that serial killer class with Bryan Kohberger, and he told me that Kohberger often interrupted Dr. Ramsland, talking over her as if he knew more about the subject matter than she did. Now, in that interview with Sean Stix-Larkin, Dr. Ramsland talked a little bit more about how she became interested in studying serial killers.
It chose me more than I chose it, but I love it. I think it's really interesting, and I'm constantly finding new ideas, new motivations. You know, we have formulas related to serial killers, but for example, I spent 5 years talking with Dennis Rader, the BTK serial killer, because he defies many of the formulas. So I thought that was interesting. I wanted to know more about that. And I think I'm always looking for the outliers rather than the ones that fit the mold. I want to see the ones that don't fit the mold, and how did they get to be the way they are. And in psychology, as opposed to criminology, we're looking more at the cases, the individual details of someone's life story, and the trajectory, basically. Whereas in criminology, you're looking more at groups and trends and statistics and things like that. I'm much more interested in just the case details. So that's why I like talking to people who are willing to explore how they got to be the way they are. And, you know, I can spend many hours doing that. So I didn't choose it, but I'm really happy I'm in this field.
Ramsland also spoke with Cocktails and Cocktails about talking with serial killers face to face and through letters.
I assume in your career you've come face to face with a lot of these gentlemen, correct?
Yeah, not I'm like, you can't just go into prisons and come face to face with them. But yeah, I've talked to them on the phone, through correspondence, sometimes in prison.
Have you ever gotten that just like, this is just pure evil? This guy is just, there's nothing
I have a
human
hard
about
time with the word evil.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Because it's kind of a religious context.
Okay.
Do I think, have I come face to face with psychopaths? Absolutely. The coldness, the lack of remorse, definitely. So some people call that evil, but we are finding that it might very well be a brain disorder.
Huh.
Neuroscience is giving us a lot of information about the brains of psychopaths, and they do process things differently. They have very shallow emotional connections. Is it something they're born with? If so, that's a different story.
As you can imagine, we want to talk to Dr. Ramsland about her experience teaching Bryan Kohberger. We reached out to her, and she said that she is not making any statements at this time. That's it for this edition of Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. It is produced by Sam Goldberg and Michael Deininger. Bobby Zoki is
She definitely has a new case to study. You there, Kelly? Not sure what's going on. She might be flipping some more burgers. Not sure.
Hold it. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Now I can.
Was I muted that whole time? I was like going on and on and on and on. All right.
You weren't even on the panel.
Okay. All right. I don't know what the hell happened. Oh, I know. It's because I unconnected my camera. Okay. So I needed to plug something else in. So I was saying, Bill BJ, thank you very much for the super chat. Let me go through and do that all again. Sorry about that. And then I was saying, thank you very much, Jay Lewis. I really appreciate that. When you were saying that's your daughter, are you talking about Kimberly Rose? I wasn't sure. I'm very interested to know. And True Crime Time said, just posted a video with some new evidence. Is it okay if we show that? And then what I was also just saying was, I'm going to go and get the link to True Crime Time myself because it might be a little difficult to find because there are a few channels named True Crime Time. Got to do that real slow there. So hold it. I will get you in a second, honey. No, I'm going to have to get your channel up anyway. Hold it. Let me get that video up. Yep. So we're going to show this from True Crime Time. I have some other starred comments I would like to show. Let's see. I got to find your channel here. Let's see. True Crime Time. Because it's two other channels come up when I look for you, darling. Let me see. Let me try it without the spaces.
So she was the actual teacher?
She was a teacher. Yeah, she was a professor. He took her class. And yeah.
I feel sorry for her. Like you taught him everything he knows.
Yeah, right? Seriously.
Man.
True Crime Time, would you be willing to put the link to the video in chat? And then from there, I'll be able to follow your link and then also get your channel posting and put that up for you too, because just so you know, there's a few, you might know this already, there's a few different channels with the same name, True Crime Time. So it does make it a little bit hard to find you. I don't know if that bothers you, if you're okay with that, but I just want you to know that at any rate. Yeah. So let me see if I can grab that from you and we'll take a look-see. Hold it. Sorry, I got to go over to YouTube and see if I can get it there. Yeah. So yeah, whenever you're ready, go ahead and put that in, put the link in chat and then we'll get you hooked up. In the meantime, let me read a couple of these other comments. Yeah. So Angry Dragon said, I wonder what he took from the house. So I've been wondering that myself. Because, people like this are usually going to take a souvenir. I don't know if anybody would necessarily know that something was missing. So I bet you anything he took something. I'm wondering what he took. Yeah. Yep. So Marlena, that's right. We were just talking about that. She says, I saw on CNN that they used generic genealogy. Yep. Very interesting. I can't wait to learn more about that. So then we'll get that from True Crime Time when she's ready. I'm assuming you're a she, because a lot of people, there's a 80% chance that I'm right about that based on the demographics of those who are into true crime, according to my analytics. And if I'm not right, sorry, I will correct myself. Oh, and Jay Lewis says, congratulations, Kimmy, on your associates in criminal justice. Congratulations. Is that Kimberly Rose, your daughter? Congratulations. That's amazing. That's awesome. And Esther says, didn't she also know Ted Bundy? I think I remember her in another interview about a month ago stating that she wanted to get into law because of her friend Ted Bundy. Yeah, she's written some books on Ted Bundy as well. Oh, good for you, Kimberly Rose. That's amazing. Let's see. All right, let me start to get down. Oh, wait. And then let's see. Green Dragon said she teaches at a Catholic college, but doesn't believe in evil. This is interesting because it has religious connotations. She thinks if someone does something evil, it's because something is wrong with their brain. Yeah, so she comes from a purely psychological perspective of good and bad, virtuous and evil. And it's really just very interesting, especially as, you know, a behavioral therapist. What I have read by her was, I thought, fascinating. Warren Andrews, welcome. How are you doing? Warren says, I wonder if he knew where all roommates were when he entered the house. That's a good question.
That's going to be the good one.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Let's see. Terry says there is another video he put out, and the person did a virtual walkthrough his apartment, and it's the same as the video he put out. This guy loved talking about what he did. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I would love to know because it sounds super juicy. Let's see, what else do we have here? Let's see. Okay, so Jerry N says, I didn't just take Reddit's word for it. I cross-referenced it with the university. I wish I knew exactly what you're talking about. Oh, shoot. Damn it. Okay, sorry about that. My computer just did a restart. I don't know why. Okay. So let's see. Let me get back down to real time here. And DC, I see you there. I will grab you in just 1 second. I want to just get back down to real time comments. And sorry about that when I was muted earlier. And I'm trying to see if, oh, hey, Caleb Lee, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Happy New Year 2023. I hope it's a great year for everyone. I'm seeing if True Crime Time posted a link to the video on her channel. Let's see. And then I'm going to bring you up. Double R, DC Prime Time. Oh, wait, see. Oh, good. I found True Crime Time. Oh, thank you, Jennifer Bradford. You're awesome. All right, DC, I'm going to bring you up here. Let me go get over to True Crime Time so I can play that video that we're talking about here. Let's see here. How you doing, DC?
Hi, sorry, I'm having issues. I had to reset my password a couple times, but thank you, Jennifer Bradford.
Yeah.
I tried to find True Crime Time's channel the other night and I couldn't find it. There were so many other channels that popped up when I was searching for it. So thank you so much.
Yeah. So here, I'm going to bring in the video from True Crime Time really quickly, and then I'll hand it right to you to let us know what you think about it. Okay. So let's see what we've got here. All right. So present. Oh, hey, sis. Are you still here? Okay, good. Sis, I don't think you've been quiet for that long ever. I thought you were gone. I love Sis Vicious. All right, here we go.
Me too.
I'm really excited to show you this next video. I'm doing some research on Bryan Kohberger.
I'm sorry.
And I found some really interesting information that led me down a rabbit hole. But when I got to the end, we may have actually uncovered a new clue that nobody else has found yet.
Very cool.
I'm going to tell you how I got there.
Thank you, True Crime Time.
And then I want to know what you think in the comments below.
Or is it?
All right, everybody, just to clarify really quick, I'm going to be talking about a few different accounts that Bryan Kohberger is following on Instagram. I'm not implying that these
Thank you so much, Bryan. Thank you.
Associated with these accounts are involved in the crime, or are they responsible for the crime in any way? This is about just gaining more insights into who Bryan was.
Thank you, Bryan.
We're trying to understand him. So please just keep that in mind as I go through the video. So I was scrolling through Bryan's Instagram and seeing who he followed, and I noticed this picture here of a person in the ski mask. Kind of continued to scroll through, and I caught another picture of a ski mask, and I realized it's the same name, so Faceless and Faceless just spelled differently. So I kind of assume it's probably two accounts, one person.
Same, Kaz.
So kind of got me thinking though about that Snapchat video that had been posted about 3:30 in the morning, allegedly in the vicinity where the murders happened on the night of the murder. So that just came to mind as I was going through.
Thoughts on that, Kimberly?
Caught my eye. So ended up, just continuing to scroll and came across a third account here now with a person in a ski mask, and it has a different name in this one. And so now I'm like, okay, what's with the ski masks? So I'm really curious. He follows 100 accounts, and 3 of those accounts
Sorry,
a person with a ski mask. I can't help but thinking back to that Snapchat photo, which we really haven't gotten any answers to. And so again, I'm just, my brain is, my wheels are turning, and I'm just kind of thinking, okay, that's interesting. Why is he following? What's with the ski mask thing? And so I went back and I just kind of started looking into these.
Happy New Year,
I
Caleb.
started with this first one, and this is where it gets really interesting. So it brings us to this channel here. You can see the faceless there, and so he's a content creator, and he's got some playlists and some different story videos and things like that. Again, I'm not saying this guy has anything at all to do with the crime. This is about what was Bryan following? What were his interests? So the thing that caught my eye here was,
to answer your question, Marion, welcome. This is a video that I'm playing from our friend who's in chat, True Crime Time, new channel. The link is in chat. Definitely go check it out and subscribe. Credit goes to True Crime Time.
This third one where it says beats to scheme and plan crimes to. And so, there's been a lot of talk about this crime having been thought out and planned before it was done. And I'll tell you, it just makes me wonder, is this the playlist that Bryan was listening to? I can't play the music because of the lyrics. But again, Bryan's following this account. This account has the playlist. It's about an hour long for this one. And it's beats to scheme and plan crimes to. Is this what he would listen to when he would plan his crimes? Let me know in the comments. What do you think? So this really got me interested. I was, wanting to go a little bit further and learn more here. So I scrolled down and I started looking at the very bottom. There's a chat. I'm not going to show the name, so I'm going to go back to my
Edie
screenshots.
Sutton, welcome.
But, again, I'm going to go to the chat of this playlist, and something really interesting caught my attention. So as I'm reading through, I noticed this quote here, or this comment here where it says, legend says he never runs out of goon tape. And so that goon word really stood out to me because I had just posted a video yesterday, and that video was a promo video that Bryan Kohberger had posted on his social media. And that promo video, at the end of the video, there's a logo that appears and it says goon. And so when I saw goon,
sorry, I've got it up all the way.
reminded me of that video. And so it made me wonder, okay, what is, because I didn't know what the promo video was for. All I had seen was this logo. So I'm like, okay, what's this goon tape? So went through the chat a little bit more, and you see multiple references here. Needs more tape. How thick is the grip after it's being wrapped in tape? You're the reason goon tape is always out of stock. So this is where I realized it's a product, because I saw, goon tape capitalized, out of stock. I'm like, okay, goon tape's a thing. Let me look at what is goon tape. And again, I'm thinking goon from that video. So I do a quick search. There's the logo from the video that Bryan Kohberger had posted. And here's the website of the company for goon tape. So you can see the logo there. So just to clarify, Bryan posted a video, which was a promo video for this company. In that video, this crime is happening. This assault happens, and it's a violent video, and the police come and arrest the guy. And so Bryan, for whatever reason, is a fan of goon tape, or is a customer of goon tape, because why would he post a video for their promo on his social media? Of the few things that he's posted, he would choose to post something about goon.
Yes, Angie, we can watch that.
Tape. So what is goon tape? So it's the grip tape, but their purpose, their design is for weapons. So I thought what you're all thinking right now as well. We're looking for a knife as a murder weapon. I bet you that the knife we're looking for has a handle that's wrapped in goon tape.
Ah.
What do you all think? Put that in the comments. Do you think if and when they find the knife, the handle's going to be wrapped in goon tape?
Very interesting.
Could this also offer some insight about when he started committing crimes? Like, could there be an online purchase maybe of when he first bought goon tape? And what if that was 3 years ago? Could that give some insight about when he started planning the crimes, or when he purchased the knife for the crimes, or maybe when he started committing the crimes? What do you think? Is this a clue? Is this anything? Remember, we went from the ski mask pictures he's following, took us to the playlist of potentially the music he listens to when he's planning his crimes. And within that music is talk about goon tape. And what is goon tape? Well, it's what you wrap your weapon in. So you're planning your crimes while you're wrapping your weapons. Let me know what you think.
Happy New Year, Central Time.
So there's a little more to this. So
Happy
we still
New
have
Year.
to look into the other person who
My neighbors
was
are
wearing
going
the ski
nuts.
mask. And just a brief note really quick, he was also following Maddie and Kaylee on Instagram. So I don't know if he started following them after he chose them as his targets, or if it was before. What do you think about that?
It was before.
So the other person here kind of looked into that, and it led us to this page. So this is really interesting because we have the faceless and then this person as well, both with the ski mask. And it appears to me that this is a company, that they own, Zero Sleep Media. They actually have multiple sites. They have a product line as well. So that's probably why, kind of the theme of the ski masks there. It's some sort of style. And it is my assumption, it's a kind of a thing.
Rosie, yes.
The music, kind of that, the ski mask thing and all of that. I'm assuming there's something to that. But really interesting, that Bryan would be following this. Now, this site here, the media page they have, has a lot of CCTV footage of crimes being committed. They're very graphic. I can't show them. But there's a lot of really graphic videos. And so, Bryan was a criminology student, and he, obviously had an interest in crimes and how they're committed based off of the survey that he posted and his actions. And so it's possible he was coming here and watching videos to gain insight and understanding about crimes and how they happen. But this Zero Sleep Media, they also have a product, clothing line.
Angie, I think so.
Okay, so here's our product line. You see the ski mask. It appears to be a clothing company. You see New Wave Streetwear, another ski mask photo. Again, it's just interesting. Bryan was following these accounts. I think it's probably because he was interested in maybe the crime stuff, those videos that were being posted. The music might have appealed to him, just kind of the whole committing of a crime persona that he was, into. Could have been what, piqued his interest with these different companies and things. But let me know what you think about this. Please comment below, subscribe. Going to be making a lot more videos. Hit the notification button so you'll see when they come out.
Very good.
Need to hit 50.
Awesome stuff. True Crime Time. Everyone, please go support our new friend, True Crime Time. Brand new channel, putting out all good stuff. I'm impressed. I mean, what do you guys think? And welcome, Justice A through Z, sweetheart. Happy New Year, and Happy New Year to everybody in Central Time, United States.
Happy New Year.
The best year of your life so far. Happy New Year. Woo! Yeah. So, wow. Gosh, what do you guys think?
I was looking so hard for True Crime Time's channel last stream and I couldn't find it. So thank you, Jennifer Bradford, for posting.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. And geez, Justice A through Z, who is in the emergency room? Happy New Year. Sorry, I'm late. Pet emergency. Oh no. God, I hope your pet's okay. Aw. Oh, you said, I think she'll be okay. Expensive ER visit though. Oh, I bet at this time on New Year's Eve, girlfriend. Oh my goodness. Yeah, True Crime Time. That was great. Do you want to come up and say anything? You're welcome to if you want.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that was good. That was really good. Gosh, you really very, very insightful True Crime Time. I mean, you picked up like on a lot there, really, seriously. Never in a million years would I've gotten any of that information, probably.
Good.
Really good.
Like,
Yeah.
what's the tape? Oh my gosh. We've heard
Yeah.
chatter about a suspect in black, possibly in the neighborhood, but this adds a whole new layer to it. So
I'd
thank you.
like to say something about DC and Kelly. Do you remember the live stream not too long ago? You guys both said it could be a security guard.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, and
Yeah,
gosh,
thank you for bringing that up because I learned that on Pat Brown's channel that the number one profession for for serial SKs. Sorry, I'm not going to say it, but for SKs is security guard. So I thought that was interesting when we learned it. Very, very keen observation.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh, good. And thank you guys all for subscribing to True Crime Time. It's from Uber Eats. What are you guys looking at? Okay, you guys are throwing out a whole bunch of things in chat here that we could look at. I'm trying to keep up with it. So, yeah, very good content. Good job, True Crime Time. So laced up, his bio says something interesting. Which bio? Where are you finding the bio? I will pull it up for everyone to look at. And True Crime Time. Yeah, you're welcome to come up if you want to, or anyone else. I've got the link here for panel if anyone does want to come up. Somebody was saying that Kaylee's
on panel. Please don't be shy.
Yeah, please. We'd love to have you come up. Who was just saying? Rosie is saying, is it true that let's see, I just lost it. Brian was at the Corner Club. I don't think so. I think that would be taking a little too far. I'm not sure though.
Maybe not that night.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, excellent point, right?
No,
yeah.
Like somebody else posted that he was a vegan and that the number one vegan restaurant was the one that the girls worked at. So I thought that was interesting.
Oh, that's very interesting.
The Mad Greek or whatever.
That's very interesting. Yeah. Here, let's see. That's I mean, he's a serious vegan, like a crazy vegan. So here, let's look at the Mad Greek.
Serious vegan.
Mad Greek Greek menu.
Vegan. And I think you mentioned earlier on the stream that he had made his parents buy new pots and pans.
Yeah, like throwed out their pots and pans that that they had cooked meat in.
I wonder when he became vegan, wouldn't that be like a throw off? Like, oh, there's no way a vegan would do something like that.
No, it sounds like he was like I know I personally became vegetarian soon thereafter vegan when I was like 14. Some people think people don't do that as early. It is a little strange for him, but it sounds like from everything that I had heard that he had been like one of those like lifetime vegans. Here, let's look at the menu for Mad Greek. So we've got Mad Greek. Here, I'll just share it with you guys. So is Mad Greek truly purely oh wait, true kind? Oh, you were just backstage and then it says device not connected. Please try again. True Crime Time. I'd love to bring you up. Okay. Let's see. So stop and present.
See if they have university discounts.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Let's see. So we've got, well, I see lamb here. And they do. Greek in general does have a lot of
lamb, right?
It has a lot of lamb, but it also has a lot of vegetarian options. I know, being a lifelong vegetarian myself, at a Greek restaurant, I can always count on getting something that's like seriously, truly vegetarian. Like here, we got Kira's Amazing Vegan all the way to the right-hand side as we're looking at it. And then there's a lot of vegetarian dishes on here. Yeah, that was a good point that somebody made, DC. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying that myself this year. I have fibromyalgia, and they said a lot of stuff to do with it is food related.
Yeah. Oh, I have lupus, and I know just, both are autoimmune conditions and are, what's going to plague you often if you have an autoimmune condition is anything that involves inflammation, and meat does cause inflammation in the body. So going with a vegetarian diet probably will help you. So congratulations on that. If you need any tips or anything, I will email you some good options and tips there.
All right, thank you.
Hey, True Crime Time, how are you doing? Welcome. So glad to have you up.
Good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So that was a really terrific video. I mean, how did you come across all that? Just like looking around?
Yeah, yeah, that was it. I was just kind of poking around on his Instagram and looking at the names that he was following. And like I said, the ski mask just caught my eye and started looking in from there. And I thought that was really interesting stuff.
That is
To be honest, I was a little bit nervous as I was uncovering it. I was kind of nervous to post it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that was extremely insightful. I mean, yeah, for sure, man. That was really insightful. I mean, everything you put together. I love that bit about goon tape. I mean, I can't believe you found that, and I never would have, made that connection. I think that was really freaking smart.
There's a lot more stuff in that chat, and if you dig a little bit deeper, that I really couldn't post. And like I said, I was a little bit nervous about some of it, but if you do get some time, I really suggest kind of doing a little bit of your own research. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. My gosh, I'm sure. Geez, what we're going to uncover about this guy, I can't even imagine. Now,
if you can post that link again, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, for sure.
I know I just because I was looking for your channel the other night, and I thought your input was really insightful.
Yeah,
thank you.
For sure.
Definitely made sense.
Let's see. Now, here's his Instagram page. So I know there are several fake accounts. I just kind of read someone saying that as we were going through. Oh, there were 11 fake profiles of Instagram of him. When was the video posted? Well, let's take a look at this one. So I believe this is this the Instagram that you were looking at, True Crime Time?
I'm not quite sure which one it was.
Okay. Let's see. Well, oh wait, is this the one? Maybe this wasn't the one. Wait, was this the one? Maybe it wasn't. Let's see. Hold it. Oh no.
Someone said there was a lot of imitators too, trying to.
Yeah, this isn't it. This is an imitation one. It looked just like the one I'd found of him before that appeared to be his. Let me see here. Let's see. I'm just going to go ahead and chat if you guys want to.
Thank you, Jennifer, for finding it and posting it in chat again. Please subscribe to True Crime Time. That is
absolutely.
I looked hard for it and I couldn't find it. There's a lot.
Glad you found it.
Yeah, Jennifer Bradford's a wizard.
Yeah.
There was actually how many did he affirmed accounts do you think he actually had?
What do you mean?
Like on Instagram?
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of them, but like they said, a few of them.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of copycat ones by now. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I would imagine. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems as though he definitely had one that was under his own name. I'm sure. If this guy is everything that we are speculating that he is, I'm sure that he had some alias accounts. What you guys think?
Like that Papa or whatever it was.
Yeah, Papa Roger. Yep. Yep.
I mean, this guy's gonna be an interesting one to break down.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, what a study.
What a study. Oh, okay. Somebody was talking about this earlier. So it says, let me make sure you guys are looking at the same thing. And yes, you are. Okay. So it says, this is Radar Online. University of Idaho suspect Bryan Kohberger cheered up in criminology class after quadruple unalivening became more chatty. So this was published today at 2:30 p.m. The suspect accused of unalivening 4 University of Idaho students last month reportedly cheered up and became more chatty in his criminology class after the quadruple unalivening. Let's see. And whoops. Okay.
More
Yeah, more chatty. So the shocking claim was made on Saturday, hours after the 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger was arrested in Pennsylvania on Friday morning in connection with the November 13th unalivening of Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin in their off-campus Idaho home. According to Kohberger's criminology classmates at Washington State University, the 28-year-old became more upbeat and talkative in the days following the students' unalivening. He seemed more upbeat and willing to carry on conversation, says B.K. Norton, one of Kohberger's classmates. I don't believe he had any reaction, Norton continued, regarding Kohberger's behavior when the quadruple unalivening case came up in class. We had, interesting. We had quite a long conversation in class about it too. I don't believe I remember him commenting about it at all. He sort of creeped people out because he stared and didn't talk much. But when he did, it was very intelligent and he needed everyone to know he was smart, the suspect's classmate added. Ben Roberts, another classmate of Kohberger's, also spoke out after the 28-year-old's arrest and claimed Kohberger began showing up to class looking really tired and exhausted after the unalivening. So these are kind of two conflicting reports, don't you think? Cheered up and chatty and exhausted and really tired. I don't know. He was starting to show up really tired, Roberts shared. He'd always have a cup of coffee in his hand and kind of looked like he was riding the knife edge between worn out and completely exhausted. What a terrible analogy. That's
Literally.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. As RadarOnline.com previously reported, Kohberger was arrested around 3 a.m. Friday morning, Pennsylvania, by the Pennsylvania police and FBI. He had been studying a PhD in criminal justice, criminology in Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, just a short 10-minute drive over the state border from Moscow, Idaho.
Well, I mean, he's going to be upbeat and cheery because he's thought he's gotten away with it, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it seems he was very pleased with himself, you know.
And he went back to school. Like, literally, the only difference was he was chatty. Like, that's terrible.
Yeah, seriously. So this one says the man, okay, the last month report, okay, he was an obsessive vegan who regularly looked drugged while attending school as a teen, Radar Online has learned. It also says Kohberger was apprehended. Yeah, we all know that. The newly surfaced details about the suspect, Kohberger, is a libertarian and an obsessive vegan who refused to use the same pot if he had previously been used to cook meat. It was above and beyond vegan, one relative told the New York Post after Kohberger's arrest on Friday. His aunt and uncle had to buy new pots and pans because he would not eat anything from them if he had ever cooked meat in them. He seemed very obsessive compulsive. Let me just finish this. There's just a couple more sentences. Okay. Even more shocking are the accounts from Kohberger's former classmates who spoke out about their history with the suspect years before his Friday arrest. Very strange kid. I worked with him for a bit at a pizza shop. One former colleague said, nice kid, but just out there. He always looked bug-eyed, like on drugs, and nobody in the class really ever talked to him, added another former classmate. That's why he only went for 2 years and left without taking the final exam. As Radar Online previously reported, Kohberger was apprehended and all the other details that we know. It has been revealed the suspect was a PhD student. We know all that. Law enforcement has since confirmed Kohberger's DNA was found at the off-campus home crime scene. And the white Hyundai Elantra seen in the vicinity of the crime on the morning of the murders was located, at his home in Pennsylvania. We have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, says James Fry. At the time he refused to rule out Kohberger had an accomplice, but I think they basically since have done so. I think it's interesting that it turns out the white Hyundai Elantra that he owns, that he was driving, was 2015, and they put out there that they were looking for white Hyundai Elantra from the years 2011 to 2013. True Crime Time, you dropped off again. If you do want to come back up, you're welcome to. Here's a link. I don't know what happened there. But, I, kept like thinking that, like, I really hope that they're sure about the year of make of that car, because to narrow it down like that, I thought was just really strange to narrow it down to those 3 years. And it turns out it was a 2015. And then Ara says he has compassion for animals, but not humans.
Yeah, I want to touch on that a little bit.
Someone failed him as a child, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, they're interesting because I was a vegetarian and at times vegan my entire life. Here's Ara. Hey, Ara, how you doing?
Hey, Ara.
Hey, thanks for reading my comments.
Yeah, no, I do know that, it was something I was always interested in. It is a thing where people who were especially who were abused, particularly people who were sexually abused as a child, who don't like interact very well, who are kind of antisocial with human beings. There's this certain type of person that fits that profile that will also lend towards vegetarianism or veganism and be very compassionate towards animals. So who knows if any of that description fits him at all.
Well, Kelly, hear me out. Remember, and I'm going to make this quick. Remember when somebody, or in the Chris Watts case, Chris didn't kill any animals when he was growing up. So, he's not a psychopath or whatever. Okay, well, look at this guy. He's a vegan. He doesn't even I'm tired, but you get what I'm saying? Like, they justified Chris Watts being crazy, they were defending that he wasn't crazy because he didn't kill animals.
Yeah.
And then compared to what we're finding out now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know who said that he's not a psychopath because he didn't kill any animals. That is certainly not part of the diagnostic criteria for psychopath.
Right. But that was something that was mentioned a lot in that case.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's basically really old research, like the killing of animals, setting fires, and bedwetting.
Right.
That's like
And
from the 60s or whatever.
Like mental health too is like, I said it before in a live chat, that some people have more compassionate towards animals than humans, and that's because, to me, humans can do you wrong, but animals don't really have that towards you. Like, they can't really do you wrong.
Exactly.
I don't know about that.
That's where that antisocial personality, who also has great compassion towards animals and, will tend towards veganism, and that like kind of subsection of antisocial people. Exactly what you just said, K-Breeze. Yeah.
And that would make sense why he didn't kill the dog.
Kill the dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you yell at a dog, is he going to yell back at you or cuss you out? No.
Not if you're alpha.
But a human would.
No.
Hey, this is pretty interesting. Wait, I want to read this. And Welcome Movement is Life says to Missy Joe, I think it's possible that he skinned the dog, but the dog was 15 or 16 years old. Maybe in his head, it was a logical choice because it was older, or going by, the theories that we're kind of putting out there, a compassionate choice. I could see that. That was very insightful. Movement is Life. Yeah.
No, I don't think this individual has any compassion whatsoever.
And in my opinion, I don't think
towards
it was
animals
the first time.
he does, I think.
It wasn't the first time that he's killed somebody.
I don't think he has any
unalived.
Oh, sorry.
And Glenn Hammond also points out it's not necessary to check all the boxes. Right. Exactly.
I agree.
Well, they said for this being his first one would be out of the realm. Like his first one, like to do this big is usually unnormal.
This developed
but
over
he
time.
was very learned in psychopathy and criminology.
Didn't learn enough.
Yeah, but studying something out of a book is different than committing an act.
Yeah, when you're a narcissist,
you had to develop like this.
No, I don't think he developed. I think he
You think
studied
it
from the books.
was like a build-up this season? Like he finally thought that he's out of school or getting ready to be, so let's just see how...
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think this was his magnum opus. I think this was his case study. I think this was his proclamation to understand the mind of a killer.
I think it's different
with this topic.
So do you think that he almost justified what he did in the sake of scholarly research?
It makes sense that he did it right then before school was didn't they say that he was getting ready to be out of school?
No.
Well, yeah.
he
Well,
was
Rosie
not.
points out it said his father went to Washington State to help him get back to Pennsylvania, and thank you, Rosie. Bryan also finished the semester before he went back home after the crimes. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, this was his first year as a PhD candidate at Washington State.
So if you want your horn tooted, you would do it before you left. That way you'd hear everybody talk about it and give you that, like, I don't know, your attention almost, instead of just doing it and leaving. Like,
No, he finished so he would escape suspicion immediately, but this was his magnum opus. His research that he put on, or his research project that he put on Reddit, I mean, that was building up to this crime, 100% in my opinion.
I agree. I think he was obsessed with the experience of the crime. You know, when you talk about animals being targeted, a lot of times that's to do with the person who's obsessed with the act of it. But I think he was more focused on understanding it, and he wanted to go through that process.
Yeah, he
that
wanted
makes
to
sense.
understand the feelings behind it.
But he was confident he was going to get away with it.
Yep.
He wanted to understand if he could feel nothing afterward.
Well, and
like no empathy.
But if he's meticulous, then he has to practice at this.
No,
somehow.
He
That's my opinion.
practiced.
His
I
schooling.
don't think so. I think he practiced in the book form, in his research, and his studying and preparing. Like this was very meticulous in planning and research, but not
With
so
the
much in practice.
I think with the animal involved, I know he's trying to be in the spotlight in my eyes, like it was attention, like how good he is. He's not going to get caught like other people have done in the past. Wouldn't the animal's death kind of put in the way of the view of what actually happened if he did kill the dog?
He wouldn't have killed the dog. He had no beef with the dog. He
But
had
who does a
beef.
crime investigation on who killed the dog? No one has that. When a dog gets killed, it's like, all right, the dog died. We'll look around, but we're not going to really dive deep into it. So he felt like it would almost take away attention from.
I just feel like he wasn't threatened. He wasn't threatened by the dog, and the only reason I bring that up is because that's the only other animal or thing alive from this situation.
Let me just
Except the roommates.
Except for the roommates, yeah.
All right, let me just clarify something. Now, first of all, a couple people have asked if you're not talking to mute, I guess. I don't know if there's feedback or whatever, but just from the people in chat. Now, Rosie says Kelly may have put the dog in a crate and her room locked. The dog just turned 1 year, so soon after the tragedy. So I believe I had heard the dog was 10 months old, and the investigator said that they don't know if the dog was in or outside the house during the crime. However, it was found in a room where the crime did not happen and had no evidence on it. So those were facts that were disclosed by investigators. So I just wanted to put that out there. Now, Cheryl Springfield, and welcome Cheryl, says Bundy's arrogance was his downfall too. This guy's arrogance is off the chart. I agree. So smart, and at the same time, no common sense. He also gives off a Hannibal Lecter vibe as well. This scares me. He is twisted. Yeah, one of his classmates said when he was in class with that one professor who was highly published, we were looking at her earlier, who'd written the books on Ted Bundy, BTK, and yes, and all the rest, that he would frequently interrupt her and tended to think that he was the smartest person in the room. So Cheryl, I think that your comment is definitely right on point.
Yeah, Cheryl. Narcissistic, which is one leg of the dark triad. Narcissistic, Machiavellian, and psychopathic.
Thank you, Michelle After Dark. Yes, it is.
Well, we knew that before that. Kelly.
No, I'm just kidding.
Didn't they say one really big person that took people away, his birthday was on that day?
Charles Manson.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
The one thing that all narcissists, psychopath, unalivers share is their lack of empathy to what they're doing, like for people, right? But every unaliver has their own personal way of doing things and their reasoning why they do things. So you can't say this person is like this other person because
Well, this
then
person studied these people,
right,
and fantasized about what it was like and wanted to understand
How they
it.
got caught.
Yeah, he
well,
got
yeah,
off on the planning of the crime.
clearly, yeah, by his questions. That's
Questionnaires. Yeah,
correct.
with
Yes.
yeah.
Which is
So
what
that's how he does what he does. That's how he uses like the Reddit thing and school. You know, like I
He
don't.
uses his research as a motive, but
not
it's not.
motive, but maybe to inform. Well, that's one reason that I feel that you know, those social media posts that Double R had shared that video with us. Thank you again, Double R. Why I believe that what Papa Roger could possibly be him, because I feel that his questioning in those, or that person's questioning in the social media post, the person who is theorized to be this dude, very much mirrored the questioning in his research study that we have, you know, via that Reddit post. Now, Kimberly Rose, who just graduated with her associate's degree in criminology, is that right? Kimberly Rose says, I agree. This wasn't his first time committing this type of act. You don't just stab 4 people and out of nowhere get away with it for a month. I think that there's definitely something to what you're saying there, Kimberly. Yeah.
Look into cold cases from where he's from.
Yeah.
I agree. This was a bold move.
This is not the first time. It's not the first time. I mean,
But maybe it was, though. Maybe he was so arrogant that he thought he could kill 4 people in cold blood that he had no connections with and get away with it. I think that's what we're dealing with here.
Speaking of like incels, I know we talked a lot about that lately. It's kind of like that thing where you've never been with a girl, but you're trying to build up that like confidence that like you feel like you're at that point where you can go and try. But some people, their whole lives, they can never get that feeling. Like maybe this was his. Like I'm in school, I just built up enough knowledge, and it's time to just try it. But I don't know.
He's a weird guy. I mean,
Well,
with the heroin and the kickboxing and his
the running 7 miles. And here, Joseph Rapp makes a good point here. Says, big difference between antisocial personality disorder and avoidant personality disorder. Excellent point. Avoidance do not typically commit crimes. Antisocial do. Excellent point. And then Brian Huffman says, what's the obsession? I agree. It got to the point wherein he could no longer hold back his dark desires. Yes.
well,
to his
would it
point,
be? Sorry, Miss DC.
antisocial is going to have characteristics of juvenile crimes or juvenile indications of this kind of psychopathy. Juvenile. Kelly, help me out here.
No, well, that's not necessarily. What did you say of anti? So that's not necessarily
antisocial.
That's the diagnostic criteria of. Oh my God,
we can't check all the boxes though.
No.
They're not all going to check all the boxes.
Right.
Right.
It's oh my God, I work with these diagnoses all the time.
What about the video we watched the other day of the guy that, remember, oh, those couples made me so mad and they're blocking my view.
You know, is it possible that he was probably studying what was happening on YouTube and how people were looking at information, and
it's 100%
assuming?
possible.
I think that was also part of his research and experiment.
That just reminded me of that video we seen the other day. Was that before we knew who it was that we were talking about an incel, and you brought up that video of that guy that was just watching couples? He's like, it's making me so angry seeing these happy people.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, you know, I do think that the reason he chose these particular victims in some way, I mean, I still haven't ruled out, although I know Sis Vicious said that she didn't feel that, you know, the way things were shaping up, although she was heavy on the incel theory for a while.
Is
she
this
didn't feel
still here?
Yes, she is. Just a second. That she didn't feel that this guy was necessarily fitting that profile, but I still do think that he could also be an incel. And I do believe
based on the things that we have heard from the people that knew him and his former classmates talking about how girls rejected him, they picked on him, they even threw things at him, that he picked these victims due to his feelings of anger and hatred and animosity from that experience in his life. I think there's definitely a very clear connection, in my opinion, there.
And that's what that guy had. Same thing, that he said, girls keep rejecting me. I keep trying to wear my nice clothes and go out and no one's noticing me.
I don't know. I just feel like it's more. There's more to it than that, because
I've heard some talk.
Do you think he was there
if he's in school and he's doing studies, I think it's more than just emotional for him. I think the way he chose these people was specific.
It's an obsession for him. It's his life.
The criteria, but I don't think they personally, rejected him or made him feel bad. But they fit a certain criteria that fit what he wanted to do in his experiment or whatever.
So it was like a fantasy killing.
Would you say true crime?
Trying to get away with the perfect crime.
This person represents somebody that has slighted me perceptively.
Yes.
In my experience, like a beautiful girl that has wanted nothing to do with me because I'm awkward or whatever. And that's why he targeted these victims in particular. Because they epitomized that, like, never gonna get it kind of thing.
There's been some talk that he's had an obsessive compulsive personality, but more in the sense of the obsessive side, not so much the turn the light switch off 10 times, but he really focuses in on something and just can't stop. And one thing I noticed in my research looking at, like on that video earlier with the Instagram, is he actually follows a lot of people with the same name that he has. So if you look through his list of people there's maybe 10 people with the same last name that he's following. And I almost wonder if that has something to do with his obsessive personality.
No, that could be a red herring, like all created within the last 48 hours.
Well, but maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I
do think he was obsessive and compulsive.
Well, just because you dismiss it, DC Primetime, doesn't mean that True Crime Time isn't right. I have faith in his research. He's done some pretty good work.
Well, I would ask, if it's a fake account, why would somebody list a bunch of the same name? But
I really enjoy speaking with everyone, having a different opinion. It makes it more interesting because you make me think. So I love the difference, honestly.
Now, Kazchick56 brings up a good point here. She says, I also heard the reason he didn't kill in high school was because of the drugs he was doing made him subdued. So from my perspective, from my clinical perspective, I certainly could not make the connection that he did not kill in high school because of the drugs he was doing made him subdued. But based on everything we know, I might say that I would look into the possible connection that the drugs he was doing, which seemed to be more of like a heroin type of, a subduing type, maybe were a result of his tendency towards mania, combined with some other things that we've heard about him, the obsessive compulsive, mannerisms, like True Crime Time just said, not in the sense of turning a light switch on and off 10 times, but just being compulsive, his physical activities, the kickboxing, the running every day for 7 miles. It seems to me like he probably did bulimia. Yeah, and some people who are drug abusers or drug addicts who choose drugs that are like heroin are attracted to those drugs because for them it feels like it tempers their mania. So I definitely think that's possibly something we could be dealing with.
Well, my sister is severe bipolar, and I don't know how many times she says, I'm fine, I can take care of it myself, I'm not bipolar. And she uses stuff that she thinks is going to help her when really she needed the right medication. So you use like substance abuses. People find everybody has their thing they do, and it's like some people use it. Oh, this is what I do to help me with this. But she really needed actual bipolar medication. She has personality disorder also, and it's sad.
Was self-medicating, possibly like this guy perhaps was. Yeah.
I believe that this person, the accused, was subduing his excessive drive.
And he's always right.
Yeah. We're dealing with like an access to like cluster B personality disorder, in my opinion. This is somebody that's going to be OCD, 100%, like narcissistic, 100%. Like cannot control his urges, but his fascination, his compulsion, his obsession is with the criminality because he's trying to justify his own dark thoughts in his studies. And that's something that we've seen now.
I think so. Now I want to read a comment and then I'm going to take a question from Caleb Lee. So if you have background noise, just mute yourself for a second.
Oh, that's me. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to be talking for a minute here. So let's see. Our baller 4518 and welcome says looking into the knife murder in Oregon. It was also at 3 a.m., 6 hours away from where he was in Pullman, Washington on August 21st. Something interesting, I was starting to look into this earlier. Actually, I'm so glad that you said that. I noticed the date of this crime, and I was looking into when classes started for the doctoral program, and it would be right around that date, actually. So being all the way from Pennsylvania, I was actually going to put this into a video, well, and I still am, but I'm talking about now, being all the way from, coming from Pennsylvania, it was his first semester in that doctoral program. With the timing of those that August 21st murder just hours away and school starting right around then, I would imagine that he got there a little early for the semester since he was traveling so far. And I think personally that makes it an even more viable possibility that he should be looked at as a suspect. Now, Caleb Lee says, Miss Kelly, what's the obsession from your experience? What's your take? I think that this guy fits the profile of exactly what a lot of profilers thought we were looking for and what I was surmising we would be looking for. And like my version of the profiling, I did theorize that this person would be highly educated. The one thing that for the profile I had in mind that I don't know about, that I would like to learn more about is I believe that this person would either one of the two, based on the nature of this crime and how messy it was, I'm just going to say like that. You guys know what I mean? They either would have had to have some substantial experience in their life that made them predisposed and kind of desensitized to blood. Now, him being such a strict vegan sort of throws a wrench in it for me, or we could come up perhaps with some theories that I don't know, but I believe that the person either had some activity in their life where they were used to and desensitized to copious amounts of blood, or this was not their first crime of this nature. So if we put those pieces together and look, I'm extremely interested at looking more into that August 21st unalivening in Oregon that was 6 hours away, because I don't feel like we're going to find anything in this guy's past that would have made him experience with and therefore desensitized to copious amounts of blood, which leads me to believe this was not his first event. That's my take on it.
One thing that I always lean to, Kelly, is the knife, the weapon that he used. We spoke about this in previous live streams, but the fact that he was like such an obsessive vegan kind of detracts from my theory there, and I'm puzzled by that. Like, and I get the control thing as far as what he eats, what he puts in his body, what he allows into his sphere of existence, but I don't understand the blood. I mean, this has thrown me for a wrench.
I was just thinking, do you remember when Chief Fry came out and said that he did notice something? There was a repetitive behavior.
I don't know. I'm not sure what you're referring to, dear.
One of his press conferences, he says, I can't get too much into it, but there's a repetitive, something's repetitive. That's all he could say, like a repetitive action or behavior that keeps happening, and that's all he said. And that was getting to me, like maybe the vegan food place.
Maybe that's it, or
Mhm.
maybe something at the crime scene that we're not privy to at this point.
Something repetitive means constantly happening over and over, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, it does.
So I just want to clarify this. Surya Ray has mentioned being antisocial a few times. So I just want to clarify this. Surya Ray here says, I'm antisocial, but look at me go. I'm talking on here, but I don't have friends and I would never kill anyone. Well, you're our friend, Surya Ray. So there's that. So I just want to make the clarification that I'm certainly not saying that people who are antisocial or that have a pathological antisocial personality disorder, which is like a
Yep.
whole different thing than, kind of feeling like you're antisocial. I'm certainly not saying that those people are necessarily unaliveners, because that is not the case at all. I just wanted to make that clarification.
I have that too, and I have social anxiety, and literally
Mhm.
I've been watching YouTube for years, and just something about this channel is like, hey, stay here. You can go and talk to them. This is the first channel I've ever been on the panel ever, and it's just something about your channel and how you produce it, it seems like, and all the people that are involved too, kind of open arms type of deal.
Awesome. Well, hey, I'm so happy to hear that. That is like an amazing, huge compliment. And, I think that's, just as much certainly about the subscribers and members and moderators as myself. So thank you guys, all of you for, creating that kind of environment, because that's what we definitely want.
Seems like a repetitive comment too.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And then Angie here says, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Says he's very complicated. Incel is one of his traits. It really does. I'm tentatively making that connection in my mind based on what we've heard about him. It just really does seem to go along. Now, Brian Hoffman says, What's the Obsession, have you seen the mom and sisters Parkland stuff? No, I have not. Please tell me more. Now, Jerry N says he's an addict, addictive behavior, one addiction to another. Yeah, I definitely think we went to something there.
He watches people.
Yeah.
And we
Sarah
get a-
Lottie was just saying that too. He's an observer.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you're right.
I believe he staked. I believe he staked these victims out either in person, on social media, or both.
Yeah, absolutely.
One thing that was interesting in those accounts that he was following, some of the music that I did listen to, there was some lyrics in the music that could be related to an incel type of a personality. Again, I can't play it or really repeat the lyrics, but there was some songs in there specifically talking negatively about, girls and seeing them out and about having a good time, just that kind of music that he was potentially listening to.
Oh, wow.
There's music about girls having a good time that he didn't like. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so the song was kind of talking about again, I can't say the lyrics, but it was negative comments, as if somebody were looking at pretty college girls and feeling resentment towards them was the tone of
I didn't even think there were songs out there like that. That's crazy.
Oh,
it's in that video that literally
I'll check it out. Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
DC brought up the other night too, when I brought up about the pictures of someone behind the house in the woods in the dark videotaping it. And she said, oh, we only seen it from people from the front.
I didn't catch that, really.
You remember when I said, oh, someone was in the woods recording the people swabbing all the stuff inside the house, and it was dark.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I looked into it. DC said, oh, we've only seen like the interview people from the front of the house.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't that be looking like you're studying the crime scene?
Well, Chris McDonough went around the back, just to point that out. And
Is it possible? Sorry, DC. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, he went around the back and basically said, like, this is where the perpetrator stalked these people out, and that kind of stuck with me personally.
Do you think that he got off on the planning of this And
100%.
yes, okay.
100%.
And he wanted to visually see like it all
Play
fall
out.
out. Yeah. Yep.
So do you
That's
think
his
that what
study.
he's gonna do? Right? Do you think what he's gonna do now that he's on the other side? Do you think that that's kind
He's
of
gonna play
part of
the
his
system.
plan? Yeah.
He's gonna play the system 100%.
He's gonna say, "Hey, I was there, so and so. You guys did this wrong." Like he has to be right, like higher and better than everybody. And if you studied that, you would almost want to show that, hey, it took a month. Like you know what I mean? It's like
Well,
you want to.
he's
wants
already
to be
come out
smarter than
today.
everybody.
Yep.
He's already come out today saying he wanted to go back and exonerate himself.
Yeah.
And waived his extradition to
Ah.
Idaho.
Yeah.
So he's going to be playing this to the fullest effect. This is a bombastic,
He knows the game.
narcissistic, just incredible case study, and we all need to pay attention and watch.
He already
because-
knows what's going to happen to him. That's the
Yeah.
bad
Yeah,
thing.
he
He already
does.
knows how the
He
whole
knows.
steps go through.
I think it was on purpose that he unalived people somewhere where it wasn't his town, and then he left the town and is, so they have to go through this whole process. Like he planned everything. You all have seen Law Abiding
Well, he was
Citizen, right?
tired.
Yeah.
He was tired, in my opinion. He was tired of pretending to be a student. He was tired of pretending to be like what he's not, because what he is a cold-blooded murderer, in my opinion,
He
allegedly.
thought he didn't need the schooling no more. He thought, I'm
No.
already should have been out of this
Yeah.
place. Let me show you.
Yeah,
He's a manipulator.
exactly.
He's manipulating.
Exactly.
He's playing his own game in his own head. But that's just my opinion.
Yep.
It is his own game. Ara, you're
Like
right.
I'll show everybody that, I'm this good.
Yeah.
But I mean, they caught up with him in 47 days. So he has his work cut out for him, because he's one person versus the Moscow PD, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI, and the prosecutor's office, and all of us on social media who will and shall come out in droves against him.
When we
because
go back-
this is unacceptable to kill
When we
these
go
people
back
in
to
this
the wrong
kind of
year
manner.
of the, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Like, I have been focusing on the perpetrator, but the victims need a voice in this case, and it is not okay that you target these wonderful, promising individuals, 20 and 21 years old, and in the beginning of their lives. It's not okay.
Oh, of
And
course
just
not.
and just because they're beautiful or successful or frat boys or whatever doesn't mean that they're not worthy, in your
No.
opinion.
No one said that.
No,
Well,
they're not-
I'm talking to the perpetrator now.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, and you know what's sad? It's like if you are confident to share your life on the internet and show how happy you are, putting yourself on the limelight just because you're happy with your life can also put you in danger at the same time.
It
Exactly.
can,
Sad.
but
That is so sad.
It doesn't give you license to kill those people.
No, I'm not.
And
Yeah,
you
that's
should
not
be
the
brought to
license.
justice to the fullest extent of the law.
And we shouldn't, as people, be scared to share our life.
No,
because
you
someone's
should be-
gonna come get us because
Yes.
we're out there.
You should be able to share your life on social media without having some crazy lunatic, narcissist, incel MO to come in and stalk you and target you and kill you.
He
That
had
is
to
not
have
okay.
known that she was leaving. That's the whole thing. The whole tie that the dad brought up or whatever, that literally she was here out of the blue. Like she told her mom, hey, I think I'm going to go. Like, I actually think I am. Like she was doubting, her mom said. And she's like, no, I got to go show her my new car. So literally how would, if the dad says she's tied in, either coincidence that it happened when she was there for the weekend,
I
or
think that's really significant.
Yeah,
honestly.
yep.
I think that is 100% significant. The timing is crucial.
Just like how Kylie wasn't supposed to go to that party.
Yep.
It's just like
No,
wrong
I
place,
think
wrong
that
time.
No, I think it's 100% because
social
this
media.
person
Yeah.
was following them on social media.
Well,
They
I
were
said that.
stalking
They
them.
were. Yeah,
And
it
there's-
is yeah. Sorry, DC.
They weren't just stalking them in real life, because I believe that this person was, I think they were stalking them in social media, and I think that is so relevant to this case and can be traced and can be proven in a court of law.
You're right. That's
So
true.
help
She
me
did.
God.
What do you
She did
think,
probably
Kelly?
post it.
Well, I'm just listening to you guys. I mean, I think, what do I think about what? Do you have a specific question, my darling?
I mean, like the whole she was there for just that weekend. Like that's either a coincidence or
Yeah. Okay. So, I guess, a lot has been discussed about, if these people, if the victims were targeted, who was the target? Well, based on what we know about this dude and everything, I mean, there's personally for me, there's no doubt in my mind that this group of victims was in fact targeted. Now, I mean, I would just have to, based on what I think, the MO was, or the motivation for targeting these students was, I think it was that they were female. I think it's that they were beautiful. I think it's that they were the kind of woman that this man could not obtain, the kind of woman that he believes is like the kind of girl or woman that has picked on him his whole life, that has rejected him, that has thrown things at him, that has called him names. And for me, I mean, just because of Kaylee's appearance and her being so physically attractive, I think she certainly would have been high on the list of those that he targeted. Now, did it just so happen? Now, let's just assume for a moment, excuse me, that is the case. Did it just so happen that she was away for, a little while and then happened to come back for like a week and a half? And then happened to come back for the weekend and he didn't know that. And that just happened to be, for him, like a good coincidence. I don't know. Or is it that he knew she was back for that weekend? I mean, let's think about this maybe. And I'm not saying I necessarily think this is the case, but what if he was the one that she was really focused on as representing that kind of woman that he just, had so much animosity and hatred towards, because it was the kind of woman that caused so much pain in his life. He knew she was back for that weekend. And then he knew after that, I do believe he was stalking them. He probably would have known that she was going to be heading off to Texas. And for him, this may have been the last chance.
I don't know. I just think
I agree, Kelly.
To assume
100%.
that Kaylee was a target because she was super attractive was.
I think social media plays into it too.
Hold it, because I want to speak to that. So I was just saying, like, let's just, say that those circumstances are, fact, just for the sake of argument. I don't know if they were or not, but it's not, just because she was super attractive. It's just because the kind of person that we are able to see that he is now, based on the small number of facts that we know. And it certainly is not anything personal against Kaylee. It is the kind of person that she represents to him in his sick mind. Like, that's
well, yeah, and it could have been Maddie or Zaina.
Yeah.
But what if would it be possible he had an encounter with Ethan at some point that
I don't think so.
I think
because he was so much older. He was 27 at the time, and Ethan was 20.
Right, but
Well, they could still have an
they're
encounter.
young. I'm saying it could be possible that there were other reasons why this person chose these people, and maybe
No.
not because Kaylee was a
No.
representative
Well,
of
wait,
who he
let's
got
hear
rejected. Because
her
we
out,
don't know that to be true, that he disliked this type of woman. Like,
Well,
we're assuming, I
we
guess.
don't know that to be true. No, it is an assumption, but based on everything that we know about him, I think it's certainly a likely assumption. I mean, one thing that we do know about him, that several people that have known him have said, that he was continually rejected by women, that women picked on him, called him names, and threw things at him. I mean, do you think
I understand.
do you think that he just like let that go, like not having any feelings about it, with his obsessive, compulsive, intense personality? I definitely don't
Well,
think.
let me ask the ladies. I just thought of this right now. Maybe he known them. A lot of girls, when they're in a relationship for a long time, they post, "Hey, I'm in a relationship." Maybe he was trying to somehow, like, maybe he had an attraction to her, but then maybe someone put on their post, "Hey, my relationship's complicated because she's been broke up for 3 weeks." And that's usually when guys try to swoop in.
Right. What we know about this perpetrator.
But there was no essay in the murders, right? Or the unalivings?
No, there was not.
So, I mean, I think it was
Not
more than
disclosed.
just attraction.
He wasn't expecting all the people there.
I don't think there would have been time for an essay, even if
No.
that was intended. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this person targeted the female victims 100%. They knew that this was all females in this house.
I agree.
They had been watching and knew exactly what they were doing. I mean, this Bryan character is not an amateur. Sorry, he's not.
No,
And I was asking hard questions, but like I agree with you guys. But these are again the things that go through my mind too.
Yeah.
To think about both sides, But like I agree with you.
If he knew Ethan was there, I mean, Ethan's a big guy, like we've been saying, golf, athletic.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's
this
like
guy was big. He was 6 foot tall, right?
I mean, Ethan. Well, I mean, I guess they were both. Ethan was 6'2". This guy was 6 foot, 185 pounds. I think that they both.
Well, it makes sense to me, Kelly, that he would have gone in and taken care of Ethan first if he were doing his research.
I don't think he was expecting Ethan to be
no,
there.
two at one time.
I think he was.
That's what gets me too. Is
who was in that house?
I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're macho man, whatever. If you think that you're 100% going to take over two people at one time, twice, that to me is like, that's the odds. You know what I mean?
And considering how scholarly apparently he was in criminology and how it seems he so intensely studied crimes, I think he would have enough sense to know that. Now I'm going to bring Validation Boy up into the stream, so let's not cut him off. We have to be careful to not cut people off. Sometimes people comment on my live streams that it's really hard to hear people when everyone's talking over each other. So please just be conscious of each other. There's plenty of time to say what you need to say, and let's bring Validation Boy up into the stream. How you doing, Validation Boy?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Everyone
You can have your camera on. We can say hello. Oh wait.
Okay.
I unplugged my camera, but here. Okay. Hi.
Hey there. So Happy New Year to everybody, belated and upcoming. So I noticed that everyone's talking a lot about this whole incel angle, and I just want to say a couple things about that particular subject, if it's
Please
okay.
do.
Okay, now there's two guys in the past that have claimed the banner of incel after doing horrible misogynistic acts of, hatred towards females,
Okay.
And those would be, the obvious ER and then the other guy in Toronto,
Okay.
But there's a huge difference between someone who's involuntarily celibate and someone who's angry and misogynistic. So I've heard a lot of people conflating those terms, and I know there are incel. I know.
Let him talk, DC. You got to let him talk, please.
I will, but I just need to clarify who these people
No,
are because I have
can
no
I please
idea.
just?
Just
Okay.
let him finish, please.
So there are incel forums, but a lot of those are loaded up with people that are just angry at women and are just under the banner of incel. But an actual real life incel, I study, not study, but I go and I watch incel channels to see what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm personally in an 11-year-long relationship with a very loving woman, so
Good
I don't want anyone out there saying, "Oh, you're probably an incel, and that's why you're defending incels right now." And I just, please don't, guys. The thing is that 99% of incels actually worship women and wish they had a woman in their life that they could shower with attention and love and gifts and constant praise. That's what most incels are. And most actual real life incels are like 99% more likely to unalive themselves than to unalive other people. So we have to be, so we have to be really careful when we just start blaming guys for being incels, and that's why they're going to go and SK a bunch of women. So please be careful, guys.
That's a very good point. Thank you very much for coming up here and bringing that up. I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely.
And to that, I'm not sure what you meant by BR, the guy in Canada. So can you please clarify for me?
I don't know. He jumped down. Maybe he'll put it in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I
no,
know what that meant.
that's a very good point. That's a very good point. I guess, for me, a reason that I, kind of, took notice of that theory were, people that I think are very good at, kind of parsing the facts and putting things back together, like Suspicious and other people that have come on this channel, or mostly people have been on this channel that had that theory, out in the forefront before this guy was arrested. I was listening to that, and then, it just made my ears perk up with the talk that we, had heard about him from his high school classmates and his college classmates, talking about the rejection he received from women. So maybe I really appreciate what you said, Validation Boy. So, maybe adding what Validation Boy said to the equation, maybe it's not so much an incel as you rightfully pointed out, but just somebody who is angry and jaded and has this type of person in his mind that he feels caused him a lot of pain, and he needs to gain retribution towards, and the women victims, rest in peace, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee, represented the kind of women that caused him that pain that he feels he needs to even a score with. Maybe it's not that at all, though. So I appreciate what you said.
So Kelly, you're thinking more retribution or revenge?
Possibly in his mind, or if he was taking into account what Validation Boy just said. And I think it's an excellent point, and I think it's really important. On this channel, I like to not only try to stick to the facts, but also try to stick to using research and what we know as the professionals, or just people with experience that we are, that does not fuel stereotypes and different kinds of division that stereotypes lend to. And I think Validation Boy just kind of like put a stopper in that, because even myself, I think I was perhaps going down the road of making that mistake. So I'm not sure exactly what I think about that. I need to know a little more about this guy, and I also need to think it through more. Anytime we're looking at these types of cases, or we're talking about true crime, or I'm talking about something that has to do more with my career, before making a conclusion of my own, I do a lot of research, which is why I have historically on this channel have been so reticent to put forth theories on anything, including the Watts case, which I've studied more than just about anything. I don't know if you guys know this, but with the Watts case, I actually did my capstone of my last master's degree focusing on the relationship dynamics in the Watts case, which is how this channel came about, because I already had so much information and had done so much research into those relationships in that family.
So would the difference be that I'm not too sure on incels either, just the 100% of the definition, but like someone that went their whole lives trying to get a woman and couldn't, or the other side of it is someone that just never tried to get a woman?
I think that, I think as far as, in celibates go, the definition being involuntarily celibate, I think that you cannot put this whole group of people into one basket where all criterion will apply to each of them. And I wish Validation Boy, since you know so much on this topic, I don't know if you would be willing to tell me a little more, but I pretty much feel that that's the case. So I guess it is important to not talk about this group of people who might be given this label, or a lot of people, and this is what I believe to be true from what I know about it, who are involuntarily celibate. They put themselves in this group, correct? Whoops, is it?
Well, if you come back up, that would be amazing.
Yeah,
but
or maybe you'll put in
I
chat.
think that this perpetrator, the accused Bryan, falls into that category, because we have heard no confirmation of any sort of long-term commitments or girlfriends or whatever.
And was that his choice, or was that rejection?
I think it was rejection. If we're looking at this through the lens of the case, yes, it was rejection, 100%. And not to say anything like derogatory to the incel community, but this person chose and had dominion over his choice.
Well, not
This
to get
person,
personal, but like me personally, I've had a girlfriend in high school, but out of high school, I have health issues where I can't work and I can't get disability, and I've been trying, and now I'm 33 years old. I've chose to not go out and look for somebody because I don't want somebody to have to take care of me. And that's my choice to not put myself out there because someone would literally have to take care of me if they got with me, and I don't want that. So yeah, I could go to the bars and try, but I know that it would be worse off in the end if I did.
well, that's
Yeah, I
not what
know.
we're talking about in this case. We're talking about somebody who wanted dominion, 100% control. This was a controlling person.
But he
That,
might have got it if he met a girl.
well, he might have met a girl.
Yeah.
I think he was chronically rejected by women. That's just the sense that I get from everything that we've heard about
Okay.
it. Also, even people that didn't comment necessarily on women or girls, or how, depending on his age, that's why I'm saying women or girls, or how they treated him. You know, the personality qualities that people have described don't really lend well to like a Romeo, or even someone that's capable of having a long-term, not a Romeo, but like a long-term loving relationship, just from a psychological perspective. That's what I'm gleaning. I might be wrong. I don't know. Jenna just asked a good question. I was just typing. Jenna says, is there a connection between Hannah and Bryan? I mean, that's a good question. I'm tending to not think like that is the connection, but it certainly is worth looking at. Jenna or Gina, I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. I'm trying. Yeah.
Well, I don't think that that's the case at all. I think this person, Bryan, was completely focused on the victims with social media or some kind of, in-person interaction with them. And he knew exactly what he was going for. And he was looking at them 100% from afar. He was watching them, and this was targeted. This was a control thing. This was 100% control from his personality, as far as I can say.
This is an interesting part. This is an interesting point. GOC says, and hey, GOC, how are you? They said, and I'd like to know who is they. I'm just interested in knowing what the source is. And when I ask, I'm not questioning, I'm just interested in who the source is. Said that he had a problem with the LGBT community. And maybe he felt that Maddie and Kaylee and all of those photos together assumed that they were part of that community, I think you're saying, and picked them out for that. You know, I have had a lot of people, in comments on videos and sometimes in chat, like, I feel like I sort of understand what they were going for with those pictures, but there's a lot of people that have asked, like, they don't understand, like, were they, like, oh, well, they must have been gay. They must have been interested in women because, like, look at them in those pictures. I personally think they were trying to portray themselves in a like sexy way or whatever, which there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of young people do that. A lot of people do that. There's no judgment for me at all to that end. But that is interesting. I mean, if that is true and he did have a problem with the LGBT community, could it be that it's that freedom of sexuality that they represent to him, that he either desired and therefore rejected them because they had it and he didn't, or maybe it was his kind of compulsive way of needing control of everything. He probably had I would imagine he had a very rigid worldview, at least in so far as the way he believed the world should be. And maybe the people in that community fell outside of his rigid worldview, and that was like not like palatable to him. But one thing I just want to say, when we're just looking at the entire, the totality of the crime, now that we know who the suspect is, who's been arrested, let's not lose sight of everything else we know, because, the live stream before, we knew who it was that was the suspect in this case. we were talking about things like DC Primetime, the choices he made, and him not having to go up the stairs, yet he did. The choice to use the weapon that he did. So I think that now that we know who the suspect is, we're kind of, getting all excited in that. So I'm just suggesting that we combine those two things, what we knew before we knew who the suspect was, with what we know now about who the suspect is, and try to kind of maybe discuss it and look at it in that light. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's what I was saying before about why not a gun and why a knife.
Mm-hmm.
He had to have learned in school that ballistics would be on someone's clothes and maybe the splatter would be a little bit different, and a knife, you can't really pinpoint where the knife came from. There's no like identifying your knife from mine, but a bullet is a lot easier to track down at least what barrel it came out of.
Yeah. There's residue there. Yeah, absolutely.
And he knew that.
Which we learned in Delphi, right?
Yep.
And plus, a knife is more silent potentially.
And I thought that it was weird. I keep saying over and over about how clean it was. I had a feeling that it was something to do with, I don't know what, but it kept bothering me that I said, yeah, that it was too clean. And it's kind of, I'm not going to say his advantage that literally it went from 3 whatever or 4 o'clock in the morning till noon. That's when everybody found out. Like, how much time did he really spend? They called it like 11:45, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was in
11:58. Yep.
I think he was in and out, got injured, and left.
And a lot of people keep bringing up the surviving roommates, like, oh, the door was locked. On that thing, it's kind of like, did he actually see them? Did he think, oh, if I leave someone here, they'd be more likely a suspect? Like, he knows all those thoughts and how stuff plays out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, So Kaylee, a couple people are talking about Kaylee, especially apparently was a web sleuth. And Maddie was also a little bit of a web sleuth, just like all of us are, I guess. Just following true crimes. And yes, that is a thing. Let's see. I'm trying to.
And as far as that, like you were saying before, K-Braze, this was Kaylee's last weekend there, right? For all intents and purposes. This was strategic, in my opinion, that Kaylee was the target. Just my opinion.
We did say in one of the live chats, it was a mission.
It was a mission. I mean, and now that we've come to learn more about the perpetrator,
Yep.
I think it kind of lends more to that fact, because this was his magnum opus. This was the culmination of all his research. This was his
Like final project almost.
Or maybe it wasn't the magna opus. Maybe it was the beginning for him. I mean, we don't know that he's looking at this as being, the capstone of all that he's done. Maybe this was the beginning of him turning all of his scholarly research into action. Now, I just want to answer this question from AZ. She says, she's just saying this, happens to be saying it to Rosie. I'm not sure what the conversation was, but I don't have an opinion. I'm just surprised that nobody is considering the fact that it may have just been situational. And it may have just been situational. I personally don't lean towards that at all. I think that it was but quite the opposite. And the reason is because of, the research, his area of studies, the research that he had been doing, and everything that most of the research I had done on him was about the research he was doing as a student in undergrad, in his master's degree, all I know about what he was doing currently in the PhD program is the classes he was taking, but he was very focused on how criminals made their choices, how criminals chose their victims, how criminals chose the means, how criminals chose the timing, how criminals chose the weapon. So somebody who is so fixated on these elements of crime in their studies, when they're to commit a crime like this, which even without knowing that, seems to most people, most profilers that I've heard and what I think myself, that it was a targeted event, it really doesn't make sense that it would just be situational, that he would just happen across it. None of his research was focusing on, how did your life change after that crime you just happened to stumble across occurred? You know what I mean? So for me, that's why my focus is not in that direction.
It wasn't about the victim's outcome of it. It was more of the actual, how do you think?
Right. Think and feel, thought process and emotion. Yeah. Yeah. Well, here, let's I want to listen to that video that Double R linked me to again. Sorry. Who else is not yet convicted who else is not yet convinced that the accused is guilty?
Guilty until innocent.
Well, in theory, I just feel that. I mean, they have the genetic, what's it called? I'm like getting a little bit tired. They have the DNA through relatives, and I do believe that to be true, unless we're being lied to on its face by law enforcement, which I don't believe to be true, but I guess it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, the prosecution doesn't have the liberty to just lie outright like the defense does. The defense can just poke a whole bunch of holes and just obliterate the prosecution with basically no proof, in my opinion.
So it's familial genealogy, and Rockaway says, can we wait for the probable cause affidavit to be unsealed and then debate this? Yeah, we totally can, but this just happened to be the direction that the conversation went in. So here we are.
And to my knowledge, he's waived extradition. So he will be going back to Idaho to proclaim his innocence, from what I've heard, which is very interesting. He wants to get the ball rolling. Like, this kind of goes to his personality profile, in my opinion. He wants to see this thing through because he is a controlling person, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's bad. He wants to see it all, how they think it happened, how they think he's guilty. Like, he wants to relive it.
He wants to live it. He wants to, he wasn't satisfied with just studying it because he recognized these attributes in his own personality disorder, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He wants to learn from his mistake, maybe. Like, what did I do wrong?
Well,
I just want to make the
did
point.
a lot wrong if he
People
got
in
caught.
chat are making the point that, I mean, waiving extradition is a procedural rite of passage. It's just something that's done. I mean, I saw that there were some articles in some bits in the media today that were making a big deal about it. But I was actually talking about this with my dad. We went to lunch today, or like a late lunch, like around 3. We were talking about it, and it's just, I mean, it's something that literally every suspect is going to do. It's a procedural rite of passage. So,
well, the headline is that he was eager to exonerate himself, right?
Of course.
So,
I mean, anyone who's arrested for a crime like this, unless they're dreaming of living the rest of their life on death row, since since Idaho is a death penalty state, and for homicide.
Yeah, but they haven't put anybody to death since they hanged someone in 1956, Kelly.
But you're still gonna live the rest of your life on death row. It doesn't matter if they actually put him to death or not. So
with how many accesses to appeal? I mean, let's look at it realistically.
The point is, of course, he's going to be excited to exonerate himself. That's what his lawyer is going to put out. What is his defense attorney in Scranton, Pennsylvania, who really is only touching this because his real defense attorney is waiting in Idaho? He's not going to make a fool of himself by saying anything but he's excited to exonerate himself, you know, in my opinion.
I agree.
Is it possible that the trophy to all of this is the aftermath? You know, some people that commit these unalivings, they take something that is from the victim, right? But maybe we're in this now new generation where everything's recorded online. Everyone's talking about you. Maybe his trophy is now having this experience and people talking about him. And does that make sense?
Yes.
Just watching what he's done and how much he's eluded or not.
100% are. I think that this, quote unquote, in his perception, is the aftermath. What happens in the criminal justice system. It was, it was intended as, can I get away with these murders and, feel nothing from it? But I think that for him, he's going to be very excited with the prosecution and possible getting off, like not being convicted like Casey Anthony. I think that is very exciting for him, in my opinion.
And Chief Fry.
Go ahead. I just want to address this really quick. So Sarah Lottie says, technically, the Patriot Act allows the government to lie at any time for anything and any reason whatsoever. No checks or balances, in my opinion. Absolutely, it does.
Yeah.
But does that mean that the Patriot Act applies in this case? Just because the Patriot Act allows for those, gross liberties by government actors doesn't mean that those gross liberties are put into place with every crime that's committed. And, maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm wrong. I just don't feel that in this case, I don't think and you're totally right, Sarah, but I don't think it has anything to do with the Patriot Act personally.
No, I think the prosecution and law enforcement in this case have this guy nailed to the wall. And this guy is ready to go to battle with them based on his knowledge and his research in the criminal justice system to be able to beat the charge. Just like Casey Anthony, in my
Chief Fry?
opinion. I do remember.
Said we can't mess any of this up before I think he was even apprehended. Chief Fry was like, I can't speak about anything. That way when it goes to, down the line. So like he already knew that like he can't speak of anything. It's not like, oh, you're guilty, like you don't want to mess up prosecution and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have more than enough to prosecute and convict this person. It just depends on the 12 people that they put in the jury box.
Well,
there's going to be reasonable doubt.
I mean, if they truly do have DNA evidence, I mean, that's, that's kind of stinker. It's no, it does matter. It's the CSI effect.
It doesn't matter.
DNA doesn't matter? You're saying DNA doesn't matter?
I'm saying the CSI effect does matter. If there's not enough, they're going to have reasonable doubt and just kind of play off that into any obscure, like irrelevant theory. As we saw in the Casey Anthony
is that
case.
DNA trumps all. And if they do have DNA in this case,
DNA does not trump all, Kelly. Touch DNA is completely superfluous. This is what they're looking for in the JonBenet Ramsey case to exonerate the parents. Touch DNA is completely different than actual biological
DNA on any. They didn't have DNA that connected them to any perpetrator in the JonBenet Ramsey case. So
yes, they did. They had We'll talk about that later, Kelly. But in my opinion, touch DNA is a smokescreen, and it's going to just be too. You can have the manufacturer.
No, this is I am going from
It's
everything
going
I've
to
heard
be
today
more
is
than touch DNA
bloodshed
in this
DNA.
case, in my opinion. It's going to be more than touch DNA in this case, in my opinion. Touch DNA is a smokescreen, and it is very troublesome to convicting actual killers in past
Touch
cases.
DNA is skin cells, though. This is from everything that I've heard is sounding like it's going to be blood DNA, and to have the DNA process and have a hit through familial genealogy. My understanding is it's going to have to be bloodshed DNA. Validation boy, what do you say?
Let's take this in another direction. What if our alleged perp decides to just plead guilty on day one?
No, the Chris Watts effect. Love it. Hate it.
Yeah. I mean, then we're all going to be like, we're all going to be gypped for the rest of our life because we're not going to have a trial and hear all of
We
these
want the
details
trial.
that led us to. Yeah, go ahead.
Won't we still have access to all the details even if there is no trial?
Yeah, we'll have access to like 2,000-page discovery.
All of the details that the government puts forth. We won't have access to details that have been vetted by hopefully solid defense team. So that's the difference between a plea and a trial, right? We're going to get the DNA that the government puts forth regardless, right? But
Kelly,
in a trial, they're going to be vetted and they're going to be challenged by a defense. Without a trial, we just have to eat the government's word for it like a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, and what they decide not to test, right?
Yeah.
As within the Chris Watts case, he's not going to plead guilty. I promise you, 100%. Like I'd stake my life on it. This gentleman.
Well, the Chris Watts is a wuss. This guy he might be a wuss. I mean, if he killed 4 people, I'm going to assert that he is, but he has a confidence level that is far above and that's comparing like apples and mangoes, you know?
Yeah, he's not a mango.
No.
For sure. He's not a Chris Watts. He's going to see this thing through for his own personal, research. This guy is not a Chris Watts.
Now, Angie says victim DNA will be in the Elantra. According to my girl, Nancy Grace, there is no way there's not going to be DNA in the Elantra, in the traps, in the drain traps, on the front doormat, and all these places where we're going to look for DNA. I just think there's going to be, yeah. Well, wait. I want to hear from Validation Boy because he hasn't. He comes and he goes so quickly.
Well, this has been mentioned earlier by some of the people in the chat and myself as well. Now, how much does his former addiction play into his decisions in this entire act? Maybe he replaced the old high with this new one, this obsession with crime. Mm-hmm. And this could have been his magnum opus, or is that the right term? Magnum opus?
Yes. That's my term. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you.
This could have been that for him. Or now, what if he just didn't care anymore? Now, I've known some people throughout the years that have had addictions to similar things.
Mm-hmm.
And
thank you.
Maybe after a while, they just stopped caring, and this was his new obsession, and he was ready to maybe pass on to the other side himself. So maybe he will just plead guilty. Maybe he's
not going to plead guilty, 100%, in my opinion. And not to cut you off, but he wants. I agree with what you're saying. You love to cut
people off. Go for it.
I do love to cut people off. I'm like Nancy Grace that way, but I love that you brought that up because I think he was willing to turn it in. I think he was tired of trying to pretend that he was normal and go for his PhD. I think that this was something that was so overriding in his personal psychology that he had to get it out there.
No,
And
let
no
me
holds
tell you
barred.
why I don't think that he's ready to turn it in, because they have taken him off suicide watch. If he was ready to turn it in, if he was self-unlivening, likely there would be indicators of that. There's no way that there wouldn't be indicators of that. People in his life are starting to talk. His current classmates are starting to talk. His old classmates are starting to talk. His professors are, certainly everyone is talking to law enforcement, and they would not have taken him off suicide watch. They're going to only take him off suicide watch if they think he's a narcissistic bastard, where there's no way he's going to kill himself, because there's no way, after what Chief James Fry and everyone else in law enforcement went through, that they are going to let their prize wither away by self-unalivening. They want to take this man all the way past the finish line and prove to the world that they have done what they've done.
And in my opinion, Kelly, I think you misinterpreted me. I think he was willing to take himself off of the traditional route where he was pretending to be a student, pretending to be a normal member of society, and just let it ride. Just let it ride.
Okay, well, here we also have the infamous Double R on panel now.
Yay, Double R!
What are you thinking, Double R?
Turn your camera on, Kelly.
Okay. Oh, Double R, I can't hear you. Speak up, child. Speak up.
There we go.
Okay.
I unmuted myself. There you go. You hear me?
Yes.
You like this? You like this new look for 2023?
I do. You grew some hair quickly.
Happy New Year.
I said it was a wig. I gave it up.
What are you thinking, my friend?
I already told you. I said, oh, you're right. You're exactly right.
That's all you have to say? I'm right?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Okay. I'm wrong. As I say, I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. And I just might be right now. I'm not attached to being right, but I will definitely tell you, things as I see them, the way things are playing out, because I think about this stuff like all the time.
Now, maybe he's not on suicide watch, but he's willing to passively let the state end things for him.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Or he's in a Houdini jacket right now.
No, he's not though. They've taken him off watch, so he's wearing his normal prison scrubs.
No,
Kelly, you should do a survey. You should do a survey and do a one in the chat for, do you think he's guilty? 2, do you think he's not?
Okay, yeah, well, good one.
Regular poll.
Thank you.
Regular poll. Nobody likes the 1 and 2s in the chat, Kelly.
No, I'm doing a poll right now.
Okay, just saying.
I gotcha. All right.
But honestly, I think he was willing to give up his mask in that he was trying to portray himself as a normal graduate student, just studying this stuff and just unleash and be the person that he had inside of him to
like it's a
let
movie?
go.
You mean like it's a movie for him?
No, I think it's like I was pretending to be this person and study this person, but in actuality, I was just trying to understand and be this person. And I'm willing to see the other side of it from the criminal justice perspective. Like he's willing to let it ride.
Does he see this as a...
Everybody go answer the question in the poll, by the way. I just put the poll up. Thank you, Validation Boy. As always, do you think that Bryan Kohberger is guilty? Yes or no?
Guilty. What do you think about that DC prime time?
With 17 votes, we have 100% yes.
No, I think he's guilty and he's willing to let it ride now.
Does this suspect see this as this moment, his arrest, as a big reveal? The fact that he was studying, does he see it? Does he perceive it as the big reveal moment? And therefore, is it like a movie? Is it like a movie for him then?
Yes. Yes.
Or did he from the beginning know that it would be a movie someday?
Yes. All of that. Yes.
That's right, Angie.
Thank you, DC.
Angie says he will be immersed in his research in prison with violent offenders. Yes, he will. I don't know if that's where he wanted to be, guys.
Wait for the prison interview. He will be glad to divulge, because this is something that he's been waiting for and studying his whole life.
I don't know if they're ever going to grant him a prison interview. I mean, and this is way down the road.
Don't you wish we could have seen? Don't you wish we could have seen his hands and his arms in that mugshot?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, 100%.
Maybe that was on purpose.
And his mugshot, like, he looked pretty stoic and dead-eyed. But if you look really close into his eyes and into his left eye, you see kind of like an enjoyment of it.
Is that our left or your left?
His left. His left.
Okay, I was just checking to see if you were listening. Thanks, DC Primetime.
No, I'm looking into his left eye in my mind's eye because I'm not looking at it right now.
Are you saying
But
like left eye is in like TLC, or are you talking about his actual left eye?
his actual left eye.
Oh, I thought you were talking about T-Ball's left eye in Chili.
No, we
Okay.
love we love it left eye.
Did you just say
Nobody wants these
T-Boss?
scrubs.
Okay. Like
I love
TLC?
TLC. That was my first CD ever.
I figured you
saying,
did.
I'm a 90s
And you know
Mine
what?
was
You were going to tell
Janet
us your opinion about
Jackson,
it.
Rhythm Nation.
Are you kidding me?
Control.
Oh my gosh.
Rhythm Nation.
Control.
I'm sorry about that.
I liked Black Cat, right?
Yeah.
No,
You
Control
saying
was
you
better.
No, I
Control
like
was her best album. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Black Cat was on Rhythm Nation. Yep, for
It
sure.
was on Rhythm
Yep,
Nation.
I agree with that.
Anyway, but I think if you looked into the left eye of this person, like if you're staring into his left eye, like on my left side, his right eye, there's like kind of like an enjoyment. Like, all right, we're going to let this ride and we're going to test everything I know about the criminal justice system based on what evidence you think you might have and how careful I was in perpetrating these crimes allegedly.
Are we so sure that he's going to be this Ted Bundy-esque,
Yes.
Yes. Trying to be a mastermind? Are we so sure about all that, Dave?
100%.
He's going to defend himself.
Yes. No, he's not going to defend himself.
Well,
but
that's what Bundy did.
Well, Bundy was an idiot, and so was this last recent guy that defended himself, Darrell or whatever.
Daryl. Oh yeah. Oh my God. I watched the trial.
I think this guy has more sense than to defend himself. He's a little more shrewd than that, in my opinion.
Could someone going through all these classes really plead insanity?
No.
Good question.
Yeah, that is a very good question. Yeah.
He was a security officer.
Listen, I'm not feeling this there, DC Primetime. I can't see what you're seeing.
The left eye.
Okay.
Well, it's his right eye.
Dang, why are you confusing me?
I'm sorry. It's his left eye.
I'm smarter than this.
It might be the angel and the devil on the shoulders. Like his left eye wants one thing and his right eye is the opposite.
Yeah, you know what? Looking in the mirror now. Now what do I do? I'm just joking. Just go ahead and make your point because I don't see it.
He's a little smug in that one eye. Just in my opinion. I'm not basing that on anything, but when I looked at that, like, he looked pretty stoic, but he kind of looked a little happy, a little smirky, a little smug in that one eye.
One eye might be swollen.
Yeah, his left eye looks like it might have took some damage maybe in a struggle 49 days earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I just want to read two comments here that just caught my eye. So
49 days
Joseph
later.
Rapp says it's a myth that psychopaths do not have emotion. He is confident and challenging in a mugshot. That's very true. Psychopaths oftentimes, not always, do have emotion. They just experience motion in a pathological, meaning different way than what is considered to be a normal person. That's a very astute comment. Dallas Nature Lover, welcome. How are you doing? Says, if he is smart, this is another great comment. Of course it is. I'm reading it. As other University of Washington students said, then he had a very strong emotion driving him since he made so many bad choices in this crime. For example, speeding in the car was not necessary. And, it is believed by many that the car that was speeding away was a white Hyundai Elantra. If we were to refer to that video that my boy Double R sent us earlier that we watched, that is of that person talking about the crime that many believe is him. He also refers to, the car speeding away. And Aaron, I've looked at his eyes so many times and I didn't notice this, but when you just said it, oh my God, she said his pupils are so dilated. So here's what this could mean. If he is high, then that could, of course, be it. If he is not high, then the pupils being dilated is an intensely strong emotional response. Dilated pupils can often be observed in people with manic depression. Please don't get me wrong. Don't get that statement twisted. Many people suffer from bipolar disorder. It does not mean that there's anything wrong with you or that you're a psychopath or that you're an SK. But in this case, observing that his pupils are so dilated, we have to ask why. It's probably most likely going to be, well, it's either going to be substances or a strong emotional response.
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, he was swatted. He was
What?
swatted not hours before this picture was taken. Somebody broke his window in his parents' house, flashbanged him with a percussion instrument, and swatted him, taking him out without a shirt.
Well, we've seen plenty of mugshots
shocked.
of people that have been swatted who don't have pupils that are that dilated. Aaron
I
is
haven't.
exactly right. Those pupils are extremely dilated.
His nose is leaning towards that left eye emotion a little bit.
Yeah, Rusty Rouse just
It
said
looks
that
broken.
Too. Yeah.
I haven't seen anybody brought in on SWAT personally.
Does this look like 49 days of healing after a fight?
Definitely.
I don't have a baseline of what he looked like before. I couldn't tell you.
He looks a little more robust here based on like his 2020 picture that you posted earlier, Kelly.
Oh yeah, I guess we do have a baseline. You're right. Yeah.
Maybe he's been sober for a while and he recently relapsed, and the relapse got him really excited and he thought he could pull this off.
Well, I mean, if he was relapsing on opiates, right? Can I say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. If he was relapsing on O's, like depressants, that's one thing. But this is not an O kind of killing. This was an S kind of killing, as in STIMULANTS.
Upper.
Kind of killing. Yeah, uppers. He was.
What if he got a
maybe
taste?
it is a bipolar thing.
What if he got a taste of downers and that got him just excited enough but didn't make him numb like the H would?
Right. Yeah.
And he got a taste of like some PKs,
I think
and he got a little excited.
I think maybe he's just a little excited normally.
AZ, I'm wondering where is this something factual? AZ said he possibly drove Ethan and Xana to Jack in the Box and back to 1112.
No, the Jack in the Box was a delivery. Come on. We all saw that, right?
I don't know. I just have heard Jack in the
Jack
Box.
in the Box was a delivery, like it's like a Grubhub or a Uber Eats or whatever.
Hey, what do you think Sis Vicious and Ira have to say about that? Or whoever else is on the panel? Yeah, come on, you guys sleeping or what?
Yeah, Ara, what's up? Sis, are you still there? They may have fallen asleep or something.
Jeez. I think he looks like that because they woke him up at 2 a.m. or they're at his house at 2 a.m. or whatever. They took this mugshot, shortly after?
Probably hasn't been sleeping for a while.
It has something to do with it, but
Yeah, he was sleeping comfortably in his childhood bed, and they came in with a SWAT team and a percussion bomb and startled the S out of him. And he was brought out and he was like, this is it. This is it. In my opinion, like he was ready for it. That's the kind of look I'm getting from his eyes.
Wow.
He knew it wasn't a parking ticket.
Yeah, right.
They don't SWAT you for parking ticket now, in my opinion.
Huh. Yeah, of course, Ara. Huh. I wonder why you still look like you're up. Oh no, you're not. You don't still look like you're up here. Never mind. Huh. Let's see. Everybody knows.
You think he's one of those guys that won't tell anybody about anything at all?
No, I don't. I think he's going to tell everything.
I mean, before.
Well, at some point he's going to he's gonna tell all. In
Because a
my
lot of people, before they do it, they don't speak, they don't show no any kind of a hint that they're going to do this or anything.
No, I think at this point he's gonna let it ride. He's gonna
No, I mean
do whatever he
before
can.
he did it.
Yeah, this was probably all secret, for sure.
Okay, because a lot of people that have that ego that they want to prove themselves, they might hint out like, you know, one day you might see me on the news. Like a lot of people do that, like they give hints, but they don't want to give the whole thing. And then a lot of people after it happens is like, wow, we didn't catch that.
I wouldn't be surprised with this guy. I would not be surprised. This is a special case, in my opinion.
The big reveal.
So
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about Xana's mom. Let's not mention that. I just feel bad for her. Rockaway says, why was he going to school clear across the country from home? That's a good question. And then there's another one another comment I like here. Tanya B says, I mean, people take bath salts and have eaten faces. So he may have been H, and that's why none of the victims could overpower him. Possible.
But the whole scene of being so clean is taking so long. Like I go back to adrenaline we talked about the other night. If your adrenaline's pumping, you're going to make mistakes. You don't have that calmness to make sure you did everything right, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. 100% agree. There were mistakes made, and that's why
Yep.
he was apprehended so readily. And thank God for that.
Yep.
Yeah.
In my mind, I want to imagine, for some reason, even though this has already been debunked by official releases, but in my mind, I want to imagine that maybe that night he was already busted and they were already tracing him down. They were already tracking him down. They were already on his trail. And then they've been stalking him all the way to Pennsylvania, and they were just waiting for him to get rid of something in the trash. And then that took, 49 days or whatever.
Well, whatever I heard is that the FBI was only watching him for 4 days, and that's the time that it took Idaho to get the probable cause affidavit.
Oh, okay. See, yeah.
So, well, wait, hold it. Jerry Ann says, because when I say I don't want to talk about Xana's mom, Jerry Ann's, I'm sorry, but this is bothering me because I don't want to. The next comment says we can't be partial and closed-minded, but it says, but that could totally be the missing link here, Kelly. We don't want to be partial and closed-minded. I mean, if somebody has, something with some legitimacy that makes that connection, absolutely go ahead and say it. But I just don't. I mean, she is the mother of a victim. Her daughter, age 20, was murdered. I just want to, I guess I want to be respectful of the victims' families, even if it's the expense of me being as partial and close-minded. I guess that's
Agree.
what I say.
Agree, Kelly. There's no
Yep.
evidence to support that, so we can't. We can't do that.
He was an H user. Well, I mean, man, I live in a pretty small community, and
Thanks, DC, for that.
H use and meth use are absolute epidemic. I mean, I imagine dealers and users are like kind of a dime a dozen out there, just like they are around here and across the country. I mean, it's almost like saying you're making a connection because people, I don't know, but
Well, you'd have to assume that Xana was the target in that case, which there would be no reason to go upstairs if that were the case.
But with drugs, here's the thing. When you hear like people doing bad stuff when they're on drugs, what did they usually do it for? Money.
Yeah, but it's not a drug thing with this guy. Come on.
Now, this is a touchy area, and I don't want to be seen as victim blaming at all, but is there a possibility that maybe since this was a party house, that the reason this guy was even over there to begin with, maybe like the first time he was there, was because people were moving things around from that house, and that's his link to that house?
Maybe it was just easy for him to get in because, whatever.
Well, wait, hold that. I don't want to
dismiss
dismiss what Validation Boy's saying. I do want to follow up with that. Like, I think personally, I mean, so I told you guys before that I lived in a house that was very much like 1122 King Road when I was in college. And, this is not something I would normally disclose unless this comment question came up. So I will tell you that I know that things like that were going on in and around my party house in college. not that was necessarily, it was not a business I was in or anything like that, but I am aware that kind of thing was happening, as it is in all party houses and universities across the country. So that, I think that the question you raise when you frame it like that, validation point, boy, is a really good point. I think it's possible. I think it would be absolutely absurd and naive to say that there was not any of that kind of use going on in that house. It would be totally fucking ridiculous.
You go to where you know you can get it.
And taking that thought, Kelly, to the next level, is it then possible that maybe one of the victims here might have been in possession of a very large supply of something that might have just come in for on the
I
way
think
into the
that's a
holidays?
great point for the defense. And
Is
I think
it?
we need to
Well,
focus.
I mean, you never know who.
And
was
maybe not,
involved.
maybe they weren't the distributors, but maybe they were hiding it for one of their friends who was a distributor. And it's like, take it to the girl's house. No one's going to be looking for it there because it was a very
Or
large
just
amount of things.
being young and making silly decisions, as all young people do to varying
There's no
degrees.
evidence to
There
substantiate
is
that.
no evidence, but if somebody asks someone to do something, oh my gosh, I can't even tell you this story.
Yeah,
It's
they can
so
spin that
incriminating.
any way they want in the defense in the opening statement. So let's be careful.
I don't know if this would be I don't think that the idea I'm suggesting would be something that would be beneficial to any defense. It would just be
that's how it's
more
gonna
motive.
play out.
It would just be a motive. It would work good for the
The
prosecution.
motive is this
It
guy
would be a
was an
maybe he was there.
insane person.
Maybe he was also there
completely
trying
balls
That's
to the
not a
wall,
motive. That's
lunatic.
not a motive. That might be a true statement about this person's constitution, but that's not a motive.
There might be evidence. We don't know.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know.
Carrie
There's
Ann,
no
I
evidence
concede.
to
I get
support
you,
that.
Carrie Ann. You're right. I gotcha. So
There's no
This is-
evidence to support that.
I'm only purely speculating when I bring
We
up this
can't.
idea.
Yeah,
I'm
and
only
when
purely
we
speculating.
speculate, we give fuel to the defense when
And
trying to
Casey
convict these
Primetime,
people.
you've speculated plenty of times on this channel and others, so just don't get too righteous there.
I'm
And
not
I love
getting
it.
too
I love hearing
righteous.
your speculations, but that's what we're doing here at this point.
And I wasn't even saying
Well,
that it
now
would
we
be
have a suspect.
necessary. And I wouldn't even necessarily saying that it would be one of these victims that was doing something bad. Maybe they were just put in a position by someone who like has a strong will and was like kind of making, hey, you take this to your house and hide it. If I don't want to, do it anyways. And then this guy is over here trying to make a big score. And maybe that was his motivation. Maybe this had nothing to do with. I don't know. I don't know.
And I will preface this by saying what we are talking about at this point, and this is not a pure speculation live. No, we've talked about as much fact as we possibly can, but at this point, it is the nature of what our minds are doing is to speculate. So I don't think that there's any shame in that. And yes, you're right, whoever's saying that. So now Diane, and welcome, how are you? Says another channel pointed out the cops did a noise control when no 911 calls were initiated. I was on that Truth and Transparency live stream earlier. I was really happy I could make one of her live streams. I haven't been able to in a while. So I was doing a couple other things while I was trying to listen as carefully as I could. Lana, Truth and Transparency is claiming, and I'm just saying it like this because I wasn't able to follow carefully enough where I was able to make all the connections she was making, that the cops were showing up at 1122 King Road, as we saw in the body cam footage, claiming that there was a noise complaint when in fact she's saying that no noise complaint was actually made. Now, how she would know that, and I like Lana. Lana is a friend of mine and a friend of the channel, but I'm just saying, critically thinking, I don't know how she would know that, but I know that is what she was saying. So I'm definitely going to have to go back and watch that live stream again, and I'll continue to follow up with her and what she is finding out. But yes, I just want to point this out, what Diane is saying. Another channel, which is Truth and Transparency, pointed out cops did noise control when no 911 calls were actually made to initiate the noise control, like they were not real. I don't quite get that yet, but I'm listening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Shazam is coming out in theaters in summer of 2023. Just saying.
I know. Okay, I know. She's apologized for that. I know. I don't want to bring that up. So that was terrible. She's apologized for it. So I personally have accepted her apology. So
Yeah. Well, let's see you.
So let's see. Yeah. So Aaron says, the defense is going to come up with every ridiculous reason without any help from us. Yes. It's the way the defense works. It's all allegedly in the chat. Yes.
Listen, the defense is going to look at us 100%. We are their focus group.
Then the defense should not have spent so much on a law school education. My God.
Well, the defense is going to be looking at us because we are the new web blog of years past. This is what they're going to be looking at to speculate and just point out reasonable doubt, which is it's going to be the sorry, I wish you could see my face right now, but it's going to be the chink in the armor of convicting this person if he is indeed guilty.
You're right. I want to ask before Diane goes anywhere. I want to ask her this. So Diane comes back and says about what I was just saying about truth and transparency. And she said she shows them from FOIA. So I get that, though. I get that she's received information from FOIA requests, which is Freedom of Information Act requests. But I still don't understand exactly how someone would tell that there was no call that initiated a noise complaint from a FOIA request. I mean, does it say on there no noise complaint was actually made? I don't get that. That's all.
She would have to have access to the files and records of the phone numbers that called the police station on that given night.
She'd have to have access to audio of dispatch and things like that. Yeah, right.
Because no one's named as the caller unless someone gets charged or something. Like in what do you call that paper? It's not the FOIA, but there's another one. When you go, you get charged or something. You can see what person called, and I forget what that's called. Shoot.
I'm not sure, but I don't think that I'm not sure. I mean, through FOIA and just by the way, Nathan, we did talk about that, about how the girls worked at a restaurant that it wasn't a vegan restaurant. We were looking at the menu. Greek does have a lot of vegan dishes. I was vegan for over 10 years and then more other times in my life as well. But yes, it does have a lot of vegetarian and vegan dishes, and the suspect was obsessively vegan. Very good point. We did mention that earlier. Yeah. But yeah, so I think, the FOIA Act and even, information anyone would be privy to, it only goes so far. Let's go back also to what Sarah Lotte said earlier about the Patriot Act, and where I said it doesn't necessarily apply here, and I still stand by that. But, although we have certain rights as the public to request certain information and documentation relevant to crimes that are a matter of public interest or public safety, those rights only go so far. We're not going to get everything, right? Or else we would know the answers to so many more things that we speculate about and want the answers to. Somebody would have FOIA'd it, right? So that's just where I don't understand.
Well, Kelly, my position is this guy is going to be relishing in every aspect of the criminal prosecution going forward. He's going to be ready for it. He's going to have ample time to prepare and train for it, because this is what he has dug his heels into. This is his magnum opus. And that's all I want to say about this.
Wait, and then Tracy, thank you. Tracy said, Tracy, and hey, Tracy, how are you? She said, Lana said that the call came from inside the house. That's really interesting. I almost would wonder there if the record taker administrative person got things mixed up, but that's very strange. Yeah, I really,
Like one roommate was tired of the other ones being loud.
That could explain it. Yeah. I mean, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I guess that could explain how it would come from inside the house, which then would mean that we could not necessarily say that there was no 911 call made with a noise complaint. And again, I like Lana and I think she's been doing a lot of great work. I just have a hard time figuring out how anyone could get access to information, anyone in the public could get access to information that would allow us to make that actual conclusion, because that's a big jump. I don't know. She has the files, but I still don't know what files would tell us that a 911 call wasn't made, even if the call came from in the house, as Kay Braze just smartly said, because I hadn't thought about that yet. It could have been one of the roommates was taking a nap. Maybe they had an exam the next day. They were tired of the noise. They made the 911 call themselves. The other roommates would never know that.
You wouldn't want to confront them on your own to make them mad at you in your own house.
That's right. Yeah.
If Lana is claiming that there was no call, then how does she have, quote, the files of something that doesn't exist?
Right. How do you prove? Yeah. How do you prove that something didn't happen by virtue of the only proof would be something that does not exist? It's a logical conundrum right there. I don't know.
Indeed.
Well, it's called motion of discovery, yes, if we were attorneys, but since we don't have the power to motion anything for discovery, yeah. So, yeah, just staying in the realm of what's really doable.
I like the realm of what's really doable, Kelly.
Yes, the realm of the actually doable.
I like all the real talks we have here, for real. It just keeps getting back to me, like other channels sometimes get over the rainbow type deals, and we have a lot of good opinions.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I thank you guys all for being those people. It's great.
Yeah, it's not great being the opposition voice, but I think we need to keep that in perspective. Like, this is what the defense is going to be looking at if we're looking at the long term. We got to think backwards, as I think that the investigators did in this case, thinking backwards from the trial to their point and keeping everything close to the vest. And they're doing everything that they can to ensure justice for these 4 victims.
I hope so. Now, Floral Oak says, I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this noise complaint thing, says she has a report and there is no one listed as being the complainant, and the officer puts noise observed is the reasoning or whatever. Okay, so that tells me a little bit more. So let's say that is the case. Let's say that's an accurate record. So there was no actual 911 call. So rather than there being a 911 call of a noise complaint, it was noise observed. Now, I do know that when the officer went to the door, he said, once a 911 call is placed as being a nuisance noise, like then it's a problem or a crime or whatever he said. I don't know. So then he lied to the residents. So what? So I guess I'm just, my question then is like, where is that going? But I guess maybe that's a question, or maybe you guys can figure it out, but I'm just trying to figure out why that's, I don't
Lied
know.
to the residents. What does that mean?
What's that?
Lied to the residents. What does that mean?
And as Sarah Latte pointed out earlier, through the Patriot Act and just everything that we know about law enforcement, they can lie to people really all that they want. They are covered legally to lie up the wazoo. We can't do anything about it, so.
Isn't that how wrongful convictions end up?
Well, I mean, how does that
prove it? If you can prove it, and yeah.
I just want to know how that applies to this situation.
AZ says Moscow police needs a decibel meter to actually write a ticket for a noise complaint. We do know that from some of the other body cam footage that we've seen, that they actually do use a decibel meter. What a weird thing this is to me. I just don't remember anything like that in college. And like I said, I lived in a party house. I don't know.
Could you turn that back up for me so I can test it?
Oh, the decibel meter?
Like, really, it's like, hold on, be real quiet. We got to test it before they turn it off, or they're going to open the door and say, hey, turn it back up so I can test how loud it was.
Yeah, right? Yeah. And then Diane says, at an afternoon visit, cop says to the other cop, while we're here, let's go to the other party house. So, yeah, I mean, maybe they were like, They also had that, didn't they also have, I don't know. I guess I just need to know more about this.
Like, so they had a subwoofer? Like, what are we basing this on?
I don't know.
A lot of people screaming and yelling.
So
Oh,
let's say
no evidence of that either.
How important is this piece of evidence that's being presented by Truth and Transparency?
I think
how
the
important
claim
is
that's
this?
being made was you need to look inside of the force.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, law enforcement. Okay.
Because
And
law
I'm
enforcement
a
has
little tired, so it didn't even occur to me until I was reading these comments here.
Well, law enforcement has done a tremendous job, and they need to be applauded for their efforts in this case, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Was the video? I just want to make sure I remember this. That they went to Jack's house. You remember for that noise complaint?
Mm-hmm.
And then they walked up the hill and went to 1122 right after,
Yep.
and found the zip tie guy.
Yep.
That's kind of weird to me. Like, why would you go if it was that house, Jack's house, the noise complaint, and that house?
That's
Like,
a good point. I mean, they did go to Jack's house then 1122, one right after the other, which the interesting thing about that is it shows us how close Jack's house is to 1122. But I mean, that it is interesting, isn't it?
What's up with zip tie guy? Like, I don't know anything.
Apparently it was a drinking game.
Okay.
I don't like to be zip tied when I'm drunk, but that's just me.
It was just a creepy look. I just thought it was very strange.
What house was that at, though? Because I don't.
1122, and Kaylee answered the door with zip tie guy zipped around his wrists. The guy had zip ties very tight around his wrist. The guy who came out with Kaylee. And why would you come out? That's just strange. The whole thing was really strange.
He tried to go back in too.
That.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Weird.
Well, thank you, those of you in chat who are answering my questions here. I appreciate it. I didn't get a chance to rewatch that before going on tonight.
Zip tag.
I'm gonna watch that video of the car breaking in. We talked about it earlier, but it's just weird to me. I keep thinking that boot print on the seat. Like, how is somebody supposed to stand up inside of a car?
Boot print.
Oh, you didn't see that video. We were gonna play it earlier, but we got
right. That's
thrown off. But it's weird that, yeah, literally, it was really close to 1122, wasn't it? Like right next to Jack's house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So zip tie boot print.
Nope. There was a girl that her car got broken into, like literally right next door to Jack's house. And whoever did it took all her stuff, put it in a box, and put it on the street. And she got freaked out and heard a noise in the woods. And the cop said, "Oh, this is a bowl. It's probably just an echo." And then she tells the cop that my fuse panel was pulled down and it was sitting outside of the car. And the cop said, "Oh, they were probably trying to steal it." And she said, "Well, there's a big boot print on my front seat." Like literally someone,
like the driver's seat.
One of the seats, yeah, and her underwear was in the cup holder.
Mm-hmm.
One of the girls, meaning who?
A neighbor.
A neighbor.
A very close by neighbor, yeah.
And the cop said, "Oh, you know what?" It seemed like he said, "I'll make a report," and that's all they did.
Huh.
Hmm.
That's weird. That's kind of weird. Your underwear's in the center console. There's a big footprint on your front seat.
Underwear and center console. What do you mean by that?
It's weird.
She had just gotten home. She had just gotten back to her place at school. I think that she was home. This was at the end of her break. She had a suitcase in the back seat. She went out to her car. I think she said she had a TV in her car. She was going to bring it in. She heard noise while she was out there. It turns out that her items and information from her console and her glove compartment, I think, were placed in her suitcase, which was then outside of her car, sitting like in the middle of the road. And then also there was a boot print on the driver's seat, and her underwear was stuffed in the cup holder in her center console.
That seems like a booby trap. I've seen that before in different crimes where people will place something of yours far away from your vehicle, so you'll go out and get it, and then that's when they trap you. Like, you're gonna go get your stuff, but she got freaked out And it wasn't until the next morning, I think, that the roommate actually found it. And that was the weird part, that her stuff was in the middle of the road, like, and someone went through her whole car. But it just seems weird that a boot print is on a seat. I'm short, and I don't see how, even if you're walking across it, like,
I think they just did that on purpose, just to like leave their mark.
yeah, like a distraction. That's what I'm saying. It's almost like, hey, I'm gonna do all this, but I'm gonna do enough to where it's creepy, but there's not a lot of proof to show who it was. But there's something strange going on in this neighborhood, real close to all these houses right now.
Mm-hmm.
When was this? What's the time frame?
It was shortly before. I don't remember exactly. It's on Plunder. And it was because go check out Plunder. It was shortly before these crimes. Let me just Tom N, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Tom N says, law enforcement better have solid evidence. This guy knows. Is and understands exactly how criminology works and operates. He will be schooling his lawyer. Very possibly so. And thank you for the super chat. I think that's a really accurate comment. Now, Diane says about, I just remembered this part that I'm going to you, Validation Boy. Diane says, is it Jesus at the city was fired December 7th through 9th and was in trouble for snooping on body cam footage. Right. I just remember this part of Lana's live stream now. Did Bryan Kohberger have connections to this Jesus guy? He watched films and did a Dexter. So yeah, you guys are just gonna have to watch the Truth and Transparency live stream from earlier. It was live around 6 p.m. New York time this evening, and she does put that all together. I still had questions about it, but yeah, I forgot about that part. Paul says Truth and Transparency had a theory that Bryan may have monitored the police scanner to get the names of Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee at 11:22 because their house was visited so frequently during that period of time by law enforcement. And whenever they did go to the house, they asked for a resident and they did give the girl's name. So,
interesting.
That's legit. What do you think, Validation Boy?
Interesting.
I mean, we could get really super speculative, and I don't know. I don't know if you want to go there, but I mean, I got a wild theory too.
Go ahead.
Well, okay. What if this guy, plot twist, this guy's just a patsy, and the force wanted to, get rid of the constant problems at 1122 King Street?
No, I don't think the problems at 1122
wait, hold
King
it.
Street.
Let's just hear him out. Let's just not shoot everything down. So he said it's a theory, it's way out there. So I guess if we were to go with that possible way out there theory, why would they then apprehend someone to be the patsy? I guess this would be my first question. Maybe there's a good answer. All the way across the freaking country in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Because of his ties at Wazoo and his criminology degree, PhD.
Okay, he'd make an interesting suspect that all of us sleuths would latch onto and have a field day with.
Is true crime not becoming a burgeoning industry? I mean, I hate to say it, but
it is. I think it's been a burgeoning industry with, starting with the Law and Orders, the CSIs, and then the more realistic ones like
First 48.
Yeah,
Forensic Files.
Forensic Files. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah, Dateline, 48 Hours, 2020, all that. The Discovery, Discovery. What's the Discovery Channel that has a lot of true crime? All those things.
Discovery ID.
Discovery
ID. Yeah.
Great.
Investigation Discovery. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. $4.99. Subscribe.
Before I saw any videos of this, I was getting into real conspiracy theory land and thinking that what if this is all just AI created faces when it was all still shots? And I was like, how do we know any of these people even existed or even real at all?
Oh, that's
and
so Brian Upchurch
I know
of you.
it's morbid, but if you're not there on the scene and you personally don't have any proof, and true crime is becoming a huge industry, and Google's behind it, and Google's behind YouTube, and people monetize their videos and everything.
Right.
How do we know you're not an AI? Gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so
I'm
much.
a bot.
there's so much true crime out there.
Prove it.
There's no reason
What do you think
to
about that?
invent it. There's no reason to invent it. You just got to highlight it.
That's a good
And
point. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Yeah.
Or maybe we've just bought into that because we've bought into. No, I usually don't go down that road. And the
Don't
reason I
do it.
don't go down that road is, like with the
Logic?
Chris case, a lot of people. Well, yes, that too. But a lot of people would say, "Oh, it's just a, it's a psyop. It's just they're all, actors." The reason that I stopped allowing that, and this is different. I'm not saying this about now validation, but I stopped allowing that. As you guys know, I pretty much allow anyone to say anything they want as long as it's authentic and you're not being an a-hole. But that is one thing I strictly banned as far as the Watts case went, because the way I looked at it, we had enough proof to show that that wasn't the case. And there are actual victims and victims' families who are mourning and heartbroken and whose lives are forever changed and will forever have a giant void in their life. So for that reason, I stopped allowing people to go down that road. This is like different material. But yeah, I doubt that's the case, but I guess we never know.
I think Brian thought this is a small town, small police force. This will never go big. And then boom.
No, I mean, there was something in his life. He just got finished with his master's degree in June. He moved to Washington in August. And this was a plan. Like, this was something that was culminating in his head. This was something in his psyche. This was a part of his being for as long as he can remember. He's always been different, and he's been trying to rationalize these urges or these thoughts in his head for as long as he can remember. And with criminology and true crime, this was a vehicle for him to be able to rationalize these animalistic thoughts and psychopathic urges in his own mind, in my opinion.
Now, wait, I just want to read this. Tom N says, and thank you, Tom N. And this is a good point. I think Lana alluded to something like this earlier too, and the timing is interesting. Now, I want to tie another piece of information into this. Tom N says, I think that Bryan Kohberger was calling in false noise complaints. There were several noise complaints starting from the time he moved back to the area, which remember was middle end of August, which also, and that is contemporaneous with when the noise complaints started and when they became kind of like, thick and sort of fast and furious. Now, remember that we also, and I don't remember who brought it up earlier, but we also do have that unsolved murder that was committed by a similar means in Oregon, which is 6 hours away from Pullman, Washington, or Musco, Idaho, that happened on August 21st, which again was right after that time when he would have come to the area to begin his first semester studies in Washington State. Interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
That's what I was getting at about. I don't think, not saying that you're not right about that, about he planned this, but you think this is the only big murder case in the whole United States? No. So how could he have planned this? I think he thought this is a small town. Maybe the small town people will try to do it. It's a better chances, because I guarantee this isn't the only case that could be nationwide right now. There's every second stuff happens.
Well, my question is, the Oregon case, how many victims were there?
And why it's not brought up. That's what I mean. That one's not brought up, so how would he do this one? So,
I mean, 4 victims is huge if you're just a budding SK, right? This is a big statement. This is a very magnanimous statement.
It may be, like I said, as far as profiling him personally, what I believe to be the psychological and full profile of the person who did this, the one piece that is missing for me as far as what we know from this guy is his desensitizing exposure to blood, that would have to exist in some aspect of his life. If not for that, then this is not his first time. I strongly believe that.
If you look up in the United States right now, and I'm not just speculating, people that were unalived, 4 people or more, I guarantee you there's so many of them in the United States is what I'm trying to say. It's not the number of them. It's something, it's.
Well, I mean, to Kelly's point earlier, I think that this person, and
They didn't know him though.
Well, I'm speaking like before I knew who the person was, like the suspect was. I think this was a hunter. Maybe some prior military experience or someone in his family that he looked up to had military experience. I believe this person was a hunter. Now, I don't know if that's going to be substantiated. I haven't seen anything to that, but there's going to be that blood component as far as animals, in my opinion. Like, I could be wrong. I could be 100% wrong. That's just my gut feeling.
Well, I mean, that's what, as far as, creating the profile of the person who committed this crime, like speculation for me was that, yes, there would be something like that hunting in his background. And if there is not something like that due to the nature of the crime scene.
But then there's the whole
just
vegan
listen.
thing.
Please don't cut me off. Just listen. Due to the nature of the crime scene, if there were not something like hunting or working in a slaughterhouse or, being in doing active military service, and thank you to all the people who have been in active military service. We thank you for your sacrifice, where he would have seen bloodshed, then that to me would indicate from a profiling perspective that this was not his first event.
Well, all I was going to say was like the vegan thing kind of throws a wrench into it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we kind of went over that a lot earlier. I mean, it may or it may not. I mean, I would need to know, personally, what I feel like is I would need to know his reasons for choosing such a stringent vegan lifestyle.
The blood thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry. The blood thing to me, I keep hearing that over and over about, oh, well, he had to be this or that. My aunt passed away, and I was the one that broke in her door, and she had a massive heart attack, and there was blood everywhere. I'm talking out of everywhere it could come out of, and I didn't understand what happened when I found her, but I wasn't like, oh, I can't do this. Or I just, in my eyes, I always see stuff as it is. I can't change it, and blood don't scare me. So it's like you can't really say that, oh, it's because of he worked at a slaughterhouse, so he's seen that all the time. I've never seen none of that in my life. I've cut my finger before, but this was like overwhelming amount, and it was my aunt that I loved very much, but I understood.
I'm so sorry, K-Brace.
Yeah, and I'm fine, and it's just I seen a lot more than I ever thought I could, and it didn't bother me none, and I don't have any prior situations around it.
So what you're saying is that it may not have the effect that we're assuming it does.
Some people faint when they see it, and some people
I do.
And I seen my loved one on the floor. I can't even explain how much. And I didn't understand if you had a massive heart attack that it comes out of like eyes, ears, nose. Like it freaked me out at first.
So sorry.
Yeah.
Because I thought someone did something, but then they came and said nope. And the only reason I knew something was wrong is her air conditioner was on and it was freezing that morning. And she was a tight ass. So I knew that something was wrong. And yeah, and that's what I mean. So the sight of blood, I don't think has too much going into that.
Well,
it does for some people. Like for me,
it does for some people. But if it didn't for him, maybe it won't for others. But I was going to say, do you think that that could have had something to do with your sense of mission or obligation in that moment? I mean, there you were in this situation. You knew this was somebody you loved. You knew that you had to do something. You had a sense of mission or obligation that may have allowed you to kind of like get through that. I don't know. But
well, the thing that happened is to me, is my cousin used to live with her. She moved to California way far away, and she lived with her mom her whole life. And I called her on the phone and said, hey, she's not answering. Is it okay if I kick the door? She said, yes. I kicked the door. I found her. I said, well, she's not with us no more. And I told my cousin what was going on. But before I did it, in my head, I've never had nothing. I have no criminal record. I didn't know if someone could have been in there. I don't know if she could have had something bad happen to her. I just knew that something was wrong at that moment, and I had to figure out what it was. So
Right. So
it wasn't.
obligation. Yeah.
Yep. For my cousin, really.
Obligation or gut feeling, right? Like,
Yep.
where did you feel it in your gut?
And I just knew right away, like, I'm good with figuring stuff out that, like, right away. Like, I work on cars, and you don't even have to open your hood. Just start your car, tell me what it's doing over the phone, and I can tell you exactly what's wrong with your car, and I've never been wrong. But at that moment, it was freezing that morning. I'm talking frost everywhere, and her air condition was just blasting in her window, and I knew right away to call my cousin and just kind of give her a heads up of what's going on. And it was natural.
Logic, right?
Yep.
Logic. The air
Logic and maybe a
condition
sense
shouldn't have
of
been on.
mission. Yeah.
Yep.
So wait, I just want to read this from Tom N. So Tom N was, I think, kind of, adding to and clarifying what he was saying earlier. So Tom N says, if law enforcement receives 20 noise complaint calls, then someone calls in a complaint on November 13th for screams at 3 a.m., they may ignore the call, what I'm saying. Okay. Somebody then calls. Phew. I still am not sure if I understand that. And hey, Matt, how are you doing? One of my colleagues is in his house. I was just talking earlier about how 2022 was a good year for me. One reason because I really like my job. So, yeah.
So what's Tom saying, that there was like a desensitization by the police department on that morning because of previous noise complaints? Is that what I'm picking up?
Say that again, DC.
That on November 13th there was a desensitization.
Okay, there you
from
go.
police.
I think I'm getting tired. It's like 3:30 a.m. I didn't put that together.
I'm sorry, Kelly.
No,
I
thank
too late.
No. Thank you for putting that together. No, I appreciate that. Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand what he's saying.
No. I think
So
that's
if there were
exactly what I'm saying.
numerous noise complaints before, so at this point in time they weren't taking it too seriously.
Yeah, no, I think that is what he's saying. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yep, that's right. Yeah. Goodness.
Well, I don't know. I'll have to check out Lana's channel.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
but
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't
Tom
know.
says that's what I'm thinking exactly. Thank you, Tom. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that. Yeah. Because I guess although that one channel, Joseph Morris, unsubscribed, he fakes material for clicks and views. Don't like him. But apparently, aside from Joseph Morris putting out that BS audio or whatever it was, it does seem that there were other, recordings that did have a possible scream in the background around 3 a.m., one of them being some body cam footage. And yeah, so yeah, there's just so much to put together.
Does the food truck serve vegan food?
I don't think so. I've never gone to a food truck that served vegan food.
Oh, they're definitely vegan food trucks. I think that the grub truck, I actually did look into that particular grub truck. They do have vegan, they do have vegetarian, but they do also have, I remember one specifically.
Yeah, but they're not cooking it in separate pots.
Right. One dish would be, right, exactly. Yeah. Huh.
I'm sure this guy wouldn't eat from grub truck.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And he's probably not getting a lot to eat right now in county or wherever he's at.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Let's see, Misfit and welcome. How are you? Says his nose was broken and not repaired. It does appear that way, doesn't it? But also both eyes look dark, and that is a bruise on his ear. Ethan knew how to box. I understand Ethan was very athletic and was experienced in a lot of different athletic disciplines. Yeah.
Well, this guy was apparently an avid kickboxer, And that's why his nose was broken, according to True Crime Time, right? True Crime Time?
Yeah,
He's
he was a
still on
kickboxer. I know that he was a kickboxer. I don't know. Some people were making it out to be that he was this like excellent, like well-trained martial artist, which I think was an exaggeration of what we've learned about this guy. But I did hear that he did kickbox.
But his eyes are actually blue. You can't tell
Hmm.
because they're so gaunt.
They're completely dilated.
Yeah. And black in this picture, but his eyes are blue. I zoomed in on him. He has blue eyes.
I do too. What's wrong with blue eyes?
No, I love blue
wrong with
eyes.
blue
Nothing wrong with
eyes.
that. But they don't look that way if you're just looking at his picture. They look completely dark.
Yeah. So Tom N says, police will not show the complete priority if they keep getting calls. Yeah, no, we yeah, I got that point that you made. Very good point. Yeah. You know, if they did in fact keep getting calls and they weren't just, you know, saying that they got calls when it was actually a noise that was observed, like the people were explaining to me from Truth and Transparency's live stream earlier. Yeah, definitely. I think that certainly would be the case. Boy Who Cried Wolf, Edward, absolutely. Yeah.
I hope you know when you go to jail, you might be eating a lot of meat.
Yeah, right. I know. I don't know if they're going to be cooking your food in separate, you know, pots and pans, bro. Don't know about that at all. What's up, Validation Boy?
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have a hard time eating in jail.
Yeah, seriously.
Based on what we know about him.
Yeah.
I got to get going, Kelly, because I got to work early in the morning.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. No, I'm gonna be ending soon. But thank you so much for being up here. I really appreciate everything you had to contribute. Thank you, especially the information about the incel. That was like really good. Keep me in check and all of us in check. Put things in perspective. I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
I wasn't trying to put anybody in their place or put anybody in check. I just
No,
wanted to make sure that other people weren't being.
Keeping the facts in check. Let's say like that. You know. Because
Yes.
true, we have to have an accurate perspective on these different types of people that we are prototyping, you know? So, yeah.
And
and I personally would like to know more about that in
Yeah.
future videos if possible.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay. And it brings me to my point I was going to make on the way out is that earlier in chat about 3 hours ago, there was someone who just showed up and was like, I like this place. I like the people here. I like the atmosphere. I like the host.
Yeah.
And I was like, And I was like, this channel's really good. This
Thank
is
you very
really
much.
welcoming.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you
It's a
very
really
much.
welcoming channel, and you gave me an opportunity to throw out some ideas that are maybe on the edge a little, but you're open to
Yeah,
all that.
no, I appreciate that. As long as people are being respectful and I want everyone to feel comfortable speaking their mind and to remain as open-minded as possible and as close to the facts as possible when it comes down to it. But at this point, speculation is part of the game because it is just the human nature to speculate about things like this when you only have so much information. And I'm not going to make any apologies for that.
And the way that you personally make sure that you vet every piece of information before putting any unsubstantiated claims out there, that's what separates you from a lot of these other channels. And we all really appreciate that.
Thank you. I very much appreciate
Amen.
that. When we say it's facts here, it's going to be facts. That's
I'll
right.
see you soon.
Yeah. See you soon. Take care.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank all of you guys.
Just to echo what he was saying, Kelly, I think you've got a very welcoming and amazing community here, but you don't just put stuff out to get clicks and views. Like you earn every single subscriber and member that you've got on this channel.
Thank
and
you.
I just want to applaud that, Kelly.
Thank
and
you.
Have a good night. Happy birthday
Awesome.
and happy new year, honey.
Thank you so much.
Love you.
Thank you. Thank you. So listen, before we head out, what I want to do is I just want to play that that little piece from Crime Stories Obsessed and thank you, Crime Stories Obsessed. I'll definitely link you up in the description here that Double R had passed along to us. Now, just for those of you that hadn't heard it, it is said that this person speaking is in fact Bryan Kohberger. Going along with what we were just saying, I certainly cannot substantiate that on my own. No way, no how. In fact, I hadn't heard it until Double R brought it to me. I will always be completely honest about that kind of thing. But it definitely has piqued my interest, and I want for you guys to be able to hear it.
Please use your own judgment. Remember, this is not verified by this channel, anyone on this channel at all. First time I heard it was this live stream. If it ends up being completely nonsense, I'm not standing by this, but I want to hear it again, and let's just listen to it together. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that into the stream. And then I think I'm going to have to be calling it a night. So present. And thank you guys. Thank you so much, moderators. Jody is cool. You're always awesome. Thank you for all you do. All the other moderators here. Sis Fishes, Ara, K Braze, Validation Boy, Double R. Am I missing anyone who's been up on the channel? Thank you guys
DC.
so much. DC Primetime. I said, okay, thank you. Of course, DC Primetime. I thank all of you guys for the contributions you made. You guys are all awesome, and thank you so much. And thank you, Tom N. and Bill BJ, and somebody else gave a super chat earlier. I'm getting tired, guys. Here, I'm gonna play this for us. Let's take a listen.
As I don't have firsthand knowledge, I never just into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the two women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The person must have been very strong. They think a man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. They believe that the man possibly grabbed her, and she screamed loudly.
So we're just going to pause for 2 seconds while I tell you to look closely at the screen now, because he happens to actually catch himself on video recording himself. There is Bryan Kohberger talking to us all like he has nothing to do with this crime.
The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her.
Do not worry. I will be doing insane overlay work on this within probably 12 hours.
Which I apologize for how I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area, and they have an audio file where I haven't heard it, but I was told that you can clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house. I was told that there were parties there all the time. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it's what I was told. The weapon used was a long serrated-edged hunting knife with a fixed blade. The weapon had not been in the house. The person brought it with them and took it when they left. The two victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there is there's a lot of blood mixtures on this at the scene. They're also desperately looking for this white car. The reason being is that it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway, that's, again, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station / hangout at 3:45. Now,
Was it said that he was speeding by an A&W gas station at any point, but that was incorrect? I'm going to need to look that up, because if that was the case, I could see him almost being angry about that fact being misreported and rectifying it here in this fashion. Just saying.
if the screen was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speeding by. Also, the scream may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That scream could have been what saved the other two roommates' lives. The person knew that they might be detected, so they sped away. Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I just pray for these young people. I hope they rest in peace and that their families can find peace after this horrible crime. And I hope that the person who committed it can be brought to justice. Thanks a lot.
I don't know, but we're going to find out.
I really think he's reading. I don't know why you would. Either he is so involved in having stuff right that he wrote down everything that he was going to say, but you can.
He was reading, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, guys, this is the next thing I will definitely be looking into. And Karen, oh my God, ew, what is that doll? I don't know. I didn't like that doll either. So, all right, guys, I got to go. We've been on for, wow, 5 hours. So everybody, thank you so much for being here. Happy New Year. Thank you to those who rang in the New Year. If you got here later, that's cool too. Happy New Year to all of you. I appreciate all of you who came up on panel, subscribers, members, and mostly, of course, moderators. You are the bomb, and thank you so much. We'll be seeing you very soon. Bye, K-Braze. I'll email you. It'll be tomorrow at this point because I'm pretty tired, but thanks for being up here again.
Yep, thank you.
Maybe I didn't have a food.
It's right here.
And then what was the mac?
Don't forget to remove the spoon.
Carbonara.
The carbonara mac of the week.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you not quite have enough points yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
$10.
had multiple stab wounds. Some had defensive wounds, showing they fought with the attacker. And there was no sexual assault. County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt is describing the murders as personal.